Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the web service integration training. This is the complete new series training we are going to start. We'll discuss one by one web service integration, integrations, and we'll deep dive maybe a little bit integration hub, all those stuffs one by one. This is the PPT I have prepared and this is my website. If you want to find out any documentation, any coding, everything I'm going to paste it into my website and in front of you even. So if you go to the documentation, under this documentation you can see that web service integration, or else you can go to the documentation and then inside the documentation you will be find out that web service integration. So this is the complete series we are going to discuss one by one. What are the things we are going to discuss, any code or any image or anything, everything will be hosted into my website, so you can track that. So basically in this today's sections we'll talk about that web service integration. So in this web service integration series, what are the things we are going to cover? Let's see quickly. So we'll talk about the web service integration, we'll talk about that inbound and outbound integration, we'll talk about that SOAP integration, REST integration, transform map integrations. We'll talk about that inbound action integration, which is actually mail based, but we'll discuss that. We'll talk about the integration tools, what are the integration tools we are required, and then we'll finally talk about the ServiceNow to ServiceNow integration, and few other topics will definitely include in our series. So these are the topics we are going to connect. If you need this PPT event, this PPT I have prepared, this PPT will be also available in my website. So I'll give that link to you guys. And if you have any question, let me know in my comment sections. And definitely please like, share, and subscribe my channel. So without wasting time, let's get started. As I said that this website will be keep on I'll keep on adding these topics or details. So now you can see that right now we have 9 topics, but when we will cover this complete series on the last or end of the day, we'll update this whole website or whole pages. So don't worry about that. And then today's session is all about the theoretical part, that what is the integration, what all the stuffs are required, what are the tools are required. But again, it is also important to understand that what is integration and how we are actually doing the integrate. So yeah, today's session is all about the theoretical sessions, and the next sessions or next day we'll discuss more practical instead of this theoretical part. Very first thing is that we'll talk about that what is the integration. So let's see what is the integration. So integration is a kind of the automation which can let's say this is my ServiceNow instance, and then from this ServiceNow instance I want to connect Azure, I want to connect any of these platform, let's say Active Directory, or maybe let's say that AWS, any of this platform, cloud based or non-cloud based, any of this platform. In that case, so Slack, Splunk, Jira, Salesforce, these are the other different platform, right? And I am the ServiceNow. I'm the ServiceNow developer or the ServiceNow instance. I own that. So if I want to send some data from ServiceNow instance to the Salesforce, to Jira, to Microsoft Azure, Splunk, Slack, or maybe any of these third-party application, that we call the integration. Okay. Now integration can be happen two ways. Either I send to them or they might be sent to me. Okay, so both the way we can do that. So let's say in certain criteria I want to send the details to them, so that is kind of one integration. Another integration is that in that certain condition they send to me, so that we can call that integration. Let's say that whenever the story is created to the ServiceNow, so because Jira is a huge platform or a very good platform to managing the story, epic and everything, right? So let's say that when any ticket or any story is created to the Jira side, that details will be come to automatically to my ServiceNow instance. So any incident which is getting created to the Jira side will be cascaded and sent back to my ServiceNow instance, and in my ServiceNow instance it will be created a story. Okay, and then it will be, same copy will be present to that Jira and ServiceNow. Any status changes to the Jira side will be cascaded to ServiceNow, or any status changes to the ServiceNow will be cascaded to the Jira. So any attachment attached to the both the way it will be managed, so that two things can be happen. So some people's, maybe some external people, they don't have access to the ServiceNow, they can track these details to the Jira side, And similarly, some people who directly have the access to the ServiceNow and they don't have access to the Jira, they also can track that. So both the way, we don't need to be create unnecessary. Don't need to give unnecessary access to them. Okay. Let's assume that you have a laptop called Lenovo, and then in this Lenovo laptop, you are purchasing the Lenovo laptop. Once you purchase the Lenovo laptop, that you put all the information during the registration of that activation. Okay, so you put your name, email address, you put your date of birth, your product key, your laptop key, everything is stored into the Lenovo side. Now think about that in this valid duration or valid warranty, your laptop might be crashed. Now what will be happen? So this is my Lenovo website maybe, and then this time the laptop crashed. User will come to this site and then they will register that my laptop is crashed. So here they will register. Now Lenovo directly don't repair the laptop. They've given contract to the third party, let's say the Jira or something like that. They provide the contract to the third party. Now what will be happen? The third party will need all this information, like which kind of when you visit to that third party. So Lenovo, once you register to the Lenovo, they will give you that visit to this office with this address. Okay, now you visit that office, and then in this office they might need to validate certain information that you are correct user, you are under the warranty, you are bringing the correct laptop. Everything there needs to be validated. How do they do that? They either can send from here to here all the details that you have received, or else they can do an integration. Once this ticket is getting created to the Lenovo side, they directly send automatically by the system, send and create a ticket here also in the Jira side, so that when the customer will visit to that store, they have all this information. So this is the benefits of the integration. The data exchange from one instance to the another instance in a real time, maybe delay also. I mean, it can be also delay, like it might not be real time, but yeah, data exchanging from one instance to the another instance, we call the integration. So let's see what is the integration, or maybe the web service integration. So HTTP based web service allow diverse application to talk each other. So basically one application will allow to talk another application, and in real time, or maybe in schedule based or any other time period. Okay. ServiceNow support both inbound and outbound web service. It means the ServiceNow can send the data and ServiceNow can receive the data. Both the things they can do that. Okay, so this is the purpose of these, the integration. Let's talk about that type of integration. So we talk about what is the integration. Let's talk about the type of integration. As I mentioned, integration is a two type of integration. One is the inbound integration, another is the outbound integration. Inbound integration means that I don't do anything. Okay, I am waiting. Okay, I am in idle state and I am waiting. And third party send some details to me. Third party send details to me, and based on the details, I am performing certain action. So let's say third party involve or invoke our endpoint, and then they send some data, and then based on that, I decided that by my system logic, I decided that I should create a incident or I should create a change. That is the inbound. So inbound integration means that any data I am receiving by third party environment, so I am not doing anything, I am sitting idle, and then a third party is sending some data to me, and the trigger is happening from the third party. So I am sitting idle based on the certain condition. Maybe someone come and register into third party website, or maybe after certain time third party is sending the data. So this is the third party is triggering. I am not triggering. Third party is triggering and sending some data to me, and they are consuming my endpoint. Okay, so basically the third party is consuming my endpoint and to send the data, and that's called the inbound. Okay, basically whenever third party sending some data, that we call the inbound. Once I am receiving it, my system will process something that is called inbound. Okay, now similarly outbound, third party is doing nothing. Okay, third party is doing nothing. I, based on condition, let's say that someone raised the request, and based on this condition, I sending some data from my side to the third party website, that called outbound. So triggering is happening from my side, and then I am sending some data to the third party, that is called outbound. Triggering happening from third party, and they are sending some data to me, that is called inbound. Understand? So basic difference between inbound and outbound. Basically, when we will talk about the integration, we have to be very clear that which is inbound and which is outbound. Okay. Now let's talk about that. What is the basic stuff we require for the integration? So let's say your someone said that you need to be integrated with ServiceNow, or you need to do or you need to work on the integration for a particular application. How do we do that? Basically, to integrate that, these are the things, basic things is required. So very first thing is that you have to be identify that the integration that you are going to build is the inbound or outbound. It can be happen bi-directionally, like inbound and outbound can be happen both the case, but first you have to decide that what is the it is inbound or outbound. Next you have to decide that endpoint. So either if you are consuming or if you are sending some data to third party, then you need that endpoint, or someone is consuming you, in that case you need to provide them the endpoint. Basically, let's say I am going to I am going someone's house, right? In this case I need to have the address, where should I go, and then there definitely authentication, which is like a key. If I am going to someone's house, I need a key, or security, right? That is called basic authentication. So we have basically two type of authentication. There are various type of authentication, like basic authentication, OAuth authentication. So these are the type of authentication. Manual authentication, these are the type of authentication I need. So whenever you are doing to integrate, you definitely need that authentication, and then method, which types of method I am going to use. So I should get the data, I should put the data, or I should post the data. These are the details we'll talk about the later, but we should, whenever as a developer or as an implementer, whenever I am going to discuss with some third party, I should get these details very first, that authentication, that endpoint type of integration, then method like get, put, post, then header. In the header, what type of data I should pass, like content type application or JSON. Then if I am doing some query, then I should get the query parameter, or if I am sending some data, so I should I should know that data structure basically. And then finally, mid server is required or not. So these things we need to know, that mid server is required or not. Now let's say when somebody giving us, let's say when I am discussing with some third party application, they said these are the informations. They said they pass these are the information. By this, how do we know that what all details I need? Basically, if you see, this is called CA URL. Inside the URL, everything is detailed. Every details are present. So let's see. So this is my endpoint. You can see this is my endpoint, and here if you see here, sys param limit equal to 1, which is nothing but a query. So first type of integration I am sending, so it means that it's outbound, and then this is the endpoint. And then if you see the authentication, they have provided this is the authentication. So this is the user is nothing but a authentication. Next is method. Method, they have said that get method, I should use that. Header, they said that in the header I should add that accept equal to application/JSON. And then query, query parameter, they said that the query parameter I should pass the sys param limit equal to 1. So in this case, basically the way when we discuss to that third party application, or when we discuss about the integrate any of this application, either we can send this kind of information to them, or they will provide me this kind of information from them. From that I have to be extract that what are the things I am required, what are the requirement I have, everything I'll get from this one. Okay, so that's I guess clear. Now we'll talk about that integration tool. So to integrate anything into the ServiceNow or integrate any other application, you need various tools for the testing. So let's say you need certain tests that you can't keep on sending data to third party, or maybe third party cannot keep on sending to you for testing purpose. For that we need certain tools called probably SOAP UI, Postman, REST API Explorer. These are the application we probably need for the testing purpose. Now let's talk about that integration module. So when we access to the ServiceNow application for our complete integration package, if you type that web service in your left navigation, you will be able to see this module called System Web Service, and inside that you will be able to find out that inbound, outbound, REST, scripted REST and SOAP and API analysis, GraphQL. These are the module using that we will actually do the integration. So now let's talk about that inbound integration. So as I mentioned, that two type of integration we do have. One is the inbound integration, another is the outbound integration. So inbound means I am receiving, the ServiceNow instance is receiving some data, right? So that building the inbound integration is much easier, testing is much easier. So it's a very simple step. So we'll talk first that inbound integration. And in this inbound integration, in a various way we can do that, or various way we can achieve the inbound integration. So let's see. So if you see here in the inbound integration, so various way we can achieve the inbound integration. Below the method you can use to integrate inbound. It should be inbound integration. Okay, so various way we can do the integration. One of the way is the table level API, table API web service. Okay, so the as I mentioned, as a tools, okay, or the terminology, we will use two type of terminology. One is the REST, another is the SOAP. Okay, so REST, SOAP, these are the terminology we are going to use to integrate that. What is REST, what is SOAP, we'll discuss that further, and uh, advantage, disadvantage, we'll discuss that. But before that, we'll talk about that. We are going to use the one of the method called table API web service, and that the method or terminology or technology they are using called the REST terminology. Okay. Next is the import set web service. Scripted web service, which is SOAP, scripted web service, which is REST, and then JSON V2 web service. So these are the 5 ways we can integrate or we can receive the data from third party to our site. Okay, so from the third party, we can receive, these are the data. Okay, these are the way we can receive the data. Okay, so in our next session, we'll talk about that table API first, and then definitely before that, we'll talk about that, the REST and SOAP. What is the REST message? What is the SOAP message? And we'll discuss further. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the continuation series of the integration. So this is the second day in the integration series. In this series, we'll talk about today's class. We'll talk about basically inbound integration. And in this inbound integration, we'll basically talk about that table API integration. So what is table level API? What is the inbound integration? These things we'll today talk. In the first session, we'll talk about what is the integration and how many way we can do the integration. But today, basically, we'll talk about the one of the inbound integration called table API. Before that, we'll discuss about that SOAP and REST. So if I see this my website and if I go my to that, if I go my documentations. So far we have discussed till this point, and now today we'll talk about first the integration that is called table API web service integration. This topic we'll discuss. In this inbound integrations, these are the method, these are the way we can actually do inbound integration. But today we'll basically focus on the table API web services. Before that, we have to be discussed that SOAP versus REST. What is SOAP message? What is the REST message? Because it is also very important that to understand that what is SOAP and what is REST, because based on this SOAP and REST message, I mean these are the technology using that the start or that any of this platform do integrate it. So whenever you are doing integration, you have to have a versatile knowledge that how other platform also works basically. So SOAP and REST both are the technology that we will discuss. So without wasting time, let's get started. When come to that integration, the people come to me and say that which is the best, SOAP or REST, which is the best. This is nothing called that best. Okay, SOAP and REST both the different technology used for the different purpose. Okay, but if you talk about that nowadays, 80% integration happens through the REST. SOAP are used in very minimal spaces because the SOAP built very long ago and it's a very complex and it's a heavy weighted it's a heavy weighted platform which needs more memory, more more configuration. But in other hand, the REST is a simple lightweighted application that doesn't need that much that doesn't have that much complexity. So in these two way, if I compare that, nowadays 80% scenario, 80% scenario, the REST is getting used, and SOAP is using the REST 20%. Okay. Now come to the question that where we use the SOAP and where we use the REST. So definitely the application that you are going to integrate it, let's say you are integrating then some other application. So whenever you are integrating some other application, you have to be understand that what method they have supported. If they are supporting SOAP and REST both, then you can go for the REST because REST is a simple one. But if they don't support the REST, then you have to go for the SOAP. So basically, whenever you are building something or whenever you are discussing something, it's a two-way handshaking. You should check with the other member or other platform owner that where you are going to integrate, that how they are handling. Is they are using SOAP or is they are using REST? If they are using both, then you can go for that SOAP or REST, anything. But maybe you can go for the REST. Okay. Now coming to point to that, so SOAP is a simple object access protocol. It's a protocol, and then REST is the you can see that representational state transport. It's a very lightweighted basically. So you can go through these details or documentation from my website. But in a case that why we need the SOAP, because basically nowadays SOAP have a lot of security features that which doesn't have that REST message. So if you are doing some um, uh, if your application is have the very sensitive data, it's required very security, then you should go for the SOAP. Although it's a heavy-weighted application, but you should go for the SOAP. But if it is a not that much sensitive, yes, REST have a security, but it's a lightweight security. So if your application is not that much sensitive, you can go for the REST message because REST is a very lightweighted and very simple. Now, if you want to go through this, complete, you know, one by one, line by line details, I have already pasted here. You can go through that. Okay. So that's all about what is the SOAP and what is the REST. Now, today our main focus is all about the table API, the table API access. Okay. So what is the table API? So basically using the table API, you can simply get any data from the ServiceNow. So let's say this is my ServiceNow, and in this ServiceNow, if I want to access any of this data from the other application, let's say that other application is Jira, they are trying to access your incident, they are trying to access your story, or they are trying to do something, using the table API, you can do that. Okay. So let's discuss one by one. So to introduce that, table API or the table level API or inbound table level API, I will give you a simple question or scenario. From there, you can understand. The first question is maybe someone asks you that I want to get all this active incident that is created by me. So give me that incident. Okay. How can you give that? Okay. For that, basically, if somebody asks this type of question, I need to get all this incident which is active and assigned to me, I want to get that. You just need to be, as a developer, you just need to be think that which kind of API you should use, because as I mentioned that we have a basically five type of five six type of inbound integration. We can do this type of any of these integration, 6-7 type of integration. Using that, we can give them that whatever data they are expecting. Okay. So let's say that if they are asking for incident or anything, you can give them the table API. One of the options is the table API. If it is very simple and if it is not very much complex, okay, you can use the table API web service. Okay, table API web service. I'll show you that based on this your requirement. So what's the requirement? I'll just note it down in this requirement that this is my requirement that I have received. Now in respect of this requirement, what answer or what response I should give you that? No, I should ask them that are they supported that REST API? Can I use the table API? Because that if I give them the table API, if you see that in the table API, there is a very important point you should remember. The table API doesn't have any validation to mandatory or other validation. So table API cannot do any validation. Okay. So table API cannot do any kind of validation it's a much kind of, you just ask some question, it just give you the response, or you ask them to create something, and it will create something. Okay, it will not check anything that it is going where, or some, I mean, it is not do any kind of validation. So in the incident form, you see that there will be short description is a mandatory, but in this table API we can just create an incident without putting the short description, so it's not doing any validation. So whenever you are using the table API, make sure to whom you are giving, they are completely responsible for any kind of issue they are getting created to in your instance. So if they are creating any garbage to in your instance, they should be responsible for that. Okay, if they are responsible for everything or every mess they are creating, then you can give them that, table API. So let's say the first requirement is saying that give me all active incident created by me. So this is the requirement they are asking. So for that, if I go here, the first in this table API, we have this is the, 4 5 method. First method is a retrieve record a table, retrieve records from a table. So in this method, we can retrieve multiple records from a particular table. So let's say from the incident table, if I want to get all these incident that is active or that is created by me and active, I can use this API, and using this API, I can get the data. Okay, for that, what I have to do, so you can see this is the example URL that I have to provide them, or that I have to give it to them, so that they can access my instance. Okay, for very first thing is that in your ServiceNow instance, you have to create a account for them. Okay, so that using that service account, they are going to interact that. So I am going to first create a service account. I'll go to the CC user table, and in the CC user, I am going to create a user called so I'll put the user ID called integration admin, something like that, and then first name I'll put that integration, last name admin. And here, if you see, I'll check that web service access only, and then here I have to set the password. So I'll just create this user and save that. So this user is getting created. Now I have to put the role. So as part of the role, I'll click edit. And very first thing is that I'll give that, very first thing I'll give them that web service admin role. So I'll just add that web service admin role and save that. Now let's say for incident table access, what role I need. Basically for incident table access, I need the role called admin role or ITL role. So I'll click edit here and give them that ITL role. So let's say I'll add that ITL role. Okay, so once I give them ITL role, this user actually should have access to the incident table, and they can see that they can read, or maybe they can create some of the incident, right? Now what I'll do, I will open that CC user one more time and set the password for them. So let's add this password column here. And I'll set the password. My password is set. Now next step is that I have to give them these details. Okay, but I can test that. Whatever details I am giving them, it is actually right or not. So let's go back to my Postman. So as I mentioned that during our first session, that we are going to use couple of tools to testing that. So I'll click plus sign here. In this plus sign, I will put, I will test that the whatever details I am giving them, or whatever details I am giving the third party is the correct. For that, what I'll do, I'll go to the authorization first, and then in the authorization, these are the authorization type we can use. So very first thing, I'll select the basic auth, and here I'll put that my username that I have selected, and the password that I've set. Now, so this is my username and password. Now here in this URL, I have to do, or I have to put some URL to get some active incident. So let's go back to that my document here. So this is my active incident URL. So I'll copy that and here I'll paste that. I'll explain that what does it mean by what. So here I need to check that, or I need to put my instance name. So I'll remove that and put my instance name. So this is my instance ID. I'll paste here, and here you can see very first thing is that this is the table name from where I should, or from where I am trying to get that data. So my first question is that you can see give me all incident, okay, all active incident created by me. I'll put later part, but give me all give me all active incident. So this is my first requirement. Now what I'll do in this, as I mentioned that give me all active incident. So how do I get this active incident? So I can paste that sysparam query equal to active equal to true, or if I go to the parameter, you can see this is the filter condition. I have to be paste that. So to get the active incident, what I used to do, I'll go to this incident.list, okay, and say, let's say I want to get this active incident equal to 2. So I will click here, filter, and then say active true. And simply run that. So this will return me the active incident true. Right now 40 incident is there. If I copy query, so right click and copy query and go back here, and then in this sysparam query I can paste this filter. Now if I run that, it will give me that actual active incident from this instance, from this table. So let's send that. So you can see I have received this active incident right now, and these are the active incident right now I have received. So in case, let's say you want to modify this query, or you want to change something. So let's say you want to query to the change table. Okay. So let's first put this to our answer. Okay. So I'll put that to answer. This is the question. Now next, say that give me all change request. Okay. In this case, how I can get this change request. So let's say how we can get this change request. For that, what we have to do, we have to change this table name to this change. So I'll just change this to the change. So this is the change request table, and here in this query I should filter that whatever filter I am looking for. Let's say if I want to go to this change request table, and now I want to a new change only I want to get that. So in the new change I have 22 change. I'll copy query and go back to my postman and paste that and click send. Once I click the send, I am getting this, this is the response. These are the response which is returning me that 22 record. Okay. Now this endpoint I can send, or I can give to my customer or the third party. They are asking to, they are asking or looking for that. Okay. So I will give them that this is the endpoint. You hit that, you provide your credentials, and you will get that actual response. Okay. Next thing is that, let's say I don't want all this field, I just want to do the specific fields, so that I can get some specific fields, not all the fields. How can we do that? So if I go back to the table API, so these are the things, or these are the parameter we can pass. So very first thing, it's saying that parameterized get method allow to get the data from a table. Table name is mandatory. Table name is a path parameter. So table name is a mandatory. So if you don't push that part, provide the table name, you can't get the data. So table name is very important and mandatory, and it's a path parameter, means it is coming, or it is putting to as a path. Okay, slash something, it's a path. So we call the path parameter. Now Next, saying that sysparam query equal to pass the query to get the data. So when if I want to get certain data, I can pass that sysparam query equal to whatever query I am expecting, that query I can pass. Now next thing, what is saying that sysparam limit to set the maximum count. Okay, so if I want to get some minimum one record or two record, or I am expecting five record only, I don't need the 22 or whole record, I only need the five record, I can set that. For that, what I have to use that sysparam limit. So let's say I will say the sysparam limit, and here I'll put that one. So if I put the one, it will give me only one record. Let's send that. Now you can see this this response is little line number is very small, and then it's give me only one record. Now what we can say, next question is that we can use the sysparam fields to get only definite fields. So let's say I don't want all these fields, I need the number and then short description. We can define that. For that, what I have to do, I have to use that sysparam this query, and here I need to define that which all fields I need. So let's say I'll say that number and then short description. So these are the fields I need. So I can just click the send. So it will return me only two fields. Now if I increase that the limit, let's say I am increasing the limit from 1 to 2, so it will give me the 2 record, and then 2 record will return two fields value. One is the number, another is the short description. So in this way we can use the sysparam fields to get the fields. Now next parameter is saying that sysparam display value. Okay, what is this sysparam display value? I'll tell you that. So sysparam display value is like that. If you say that, I'll say that CMDB-CI. So this is the configuration item field, and it's a reference field. So if I click send, what it is doing, it is giving me the CMDB-CI, and it is giving me what? It is giving me the sysID or the CMDB-CI value. It is not giving me the display value, right? It is giving me a sysID of that particular record, but I need to know that what is the display value. For that, what we can use, that we can use the sysparam display value, this parameter, and if we use the true, it will give me that only display value. So let's send that. So now it is showing the display value is the tomcat. So instead of sysID, it is now giving me that the name. So we have a one is the true, false is the actual, and then all. Okay, so if I am not putting this one and clicking send, it will give me that sysID. So this is give me the sysID, but if I am using that sysparam true, it is give me that display value. Now either we pass this parameter or we can pass this false also, it will work similarly. So if you don't pass this parameter, it will work, or if you pass this parameter, it will go. But if you type that as all, it will return you the display value as well as the actual value. Okay, so you can see it is giving you the display value, it is giving you that sysID also. So this way, or this permutation combination, we can get multiple data from a particular table and from a specific fields, from a specific count. So I'll copy this link and I will send to the third-party customer that if you want to get my change or change request which is in right now new state, and if you want to get these three field only, number, state, short description, number, short description, CMDB-CI, use this API to get all these details. So I will copy this one and paste to my documentation. Now these all about our get records from a table. So in this way we can get multiple records. We can get multiple records. Okay, we have another method called retrieve a record. So previously you can see that retrieve records from a table, and this is a retrieve a record. Using this retrieve a record, you can only get one record only instead of multiple record. If you want to fetch specific record, you can use this API. Using this API, you can get specific one record. In this case, it will return only one record. Table name and the sysID two are mandatory. This is the table name and this is the sysID. These two are mandatory. You have to, these two you have to have passed. So I'll just copy this one, okay, and then put into my postman. And here in I instead of instance, I'll put my instance name and paste here. And let's say I will not put the last parameter called syside, okay, and then click the send. What will be happen? So it is saying that it's giving me failure. So I am getting that 400 response because it's a failure. For that this API I have to have pass two parameter. One is the incident, another is the syside. Okay, using this method you can basically retrieve a specific record, but in this case you have to have provide the sysID. Remember that sysID is a mandatory field here and the name is the mandatory field. So for multiple record, or you can pass this here for get one record also. You can also fetch the one record, that's fine. But if you want to do a specific query, you can do this. You can do this API. Okay. So let's say I want to fetch this change request, table and this change number. I will copy this sysID and go back here. Instead of incident, I'll check that change request. And here, if I know that change request sysID, I'll pass and click that send. Once I click the send, it will return me all these, specific field details, and the status is 200. It means that it got success. Okay. So this way, I can, what I can say, I can get or retrieve any of this specific table data. Now, similarly, if we don't want all this field, we can definitely use this parameter called sysparam fields, and you can define that which fields we want. So I'll say that I need the number. So I'll just say the number, and then it will return me only the number. So previously, some of the parameter will be work like that. It will be work for sysparam field, sysparam display value. It will work the sys limit, and the sysparam query will not work because these two are for multiple records. But for single records, whatever query can be work or parameter can be work, these can be work. Now let's say someone asks you that give me a change change request, that I know the change request sysID. Okay, in that case you can pass or give them this URL. Okay, so let's say the question is that so in this requirement, what we can do, I can give them this URL, so that once I give them this URL, they will be get all my that change request. So that's it for today. We talk about that how we can get the data using the table API, and how we can, if someone asks you to, they want to retrieve some data from your instance, you can simply give them that details or that the endpoint to them so that they can retrieve the data using the table API. You don't need to build anything inside the ServiceNow. You just need to create your custom URL based on their requirement, or you can provide them the documentation so that they can itself build that URL from themselves, and then they can get the data. And you just need to create the user account for them. It will help you to get the data from your instance. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. In the next session, we'll talk about that how we can create record, how we can modify the record, how we can delete the record, and gradually we'll increase. We'll go to the scripting part and we'll do a lot of stuff further. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and this is the day 3 sessions of the integrations series. So in this series, we are going to talk about that all about the integration of service integration. And in these sessions today, we'll talk about that table API inbound integration. In this table API, we already talked about that get method in the last video. Using the get method, how you can retrieve the data from ServiceNow for any of this table like incident, problem, change. Now today in this session we'll talk about that apart from this get method, what other method we have, like the post method, the put method, delete method. Using the post method, how we can create a record into the ServiceNow table. any of this particular table, or how we can put, using the put method, how we can update any of this record to this existing record to the ServiceNow, or maybe how we can delete a record for in the ServiceNow which is exist into the ServiceNow. In past video you already created the user account, service account. Using that service account will do all this operation, and we will cover all these stuffs today one by one. Like we talk about the get method, we'll talk about post, put, delete, patch method, and gradually we'll discuss further in coding part. We'll move that. So without wasting time, let's get started. Let's say I want to, that your customer want ask you to create a incident. Okay, so they want to create a incident, or they want to create a record on a specific table. Okay, so let's say they want to create a record in incident table. Okay, what API you will give them? Because everything that I'm talking, it's already there. You just need to build the endpoint, or you just need to build a endpoint and give them, right? To create a record, what endpoint you can see. So this is the endpoint for creating a creating a record. Remember that method is a post, previous method, retrieve a records, or the retrieve a record. These all are get method. That's the reason we selected the get. Now we have to change this get method to the post method. Post method basically used to create a record. Post means you are posting something. So you are creating something. In that case, you need to use the post method. If you want to get some data, you use the get method. So for creating, I can use this endpoint, and here I need to put my instance name. So let's go back here. What is my instance name? I'll copy this instance name and paste here. So this is my instance name, and in this way we can create an incident. But definitely creating the incident, I need to pass some information. So whenever you are creating an incident, let's say I'm going to create an incident. In the incident, you need to pass this some of this information, right? So caller, category, short description, this information you need to pass. How can you pass that? You need to pass in a JSON format. What you can do, we'll go back here, and then in this body, you can use this raw. In this raw, you have a options called JSON, and inside the JSON, you can use the JSON, and then using the JSON we can create the incident. Let's say I'm going to create an incident called short description is this is my short description field, short underscore description, and short description I'll put that test. Okay, so I'll create an incident. That incident will have a short description called test. Okay, so for that, what I'll do, I have to define a JSON. In this JSON, I have to put that field name called short description. And in this fields, what I have to use, that I have to put the value, whatever value I am expecting. So in my case, the value is that test incident. So this is the value. And let's say I want to put other fields value. Let's say caller. So in this case, I need to pass the backend value. Let's say backend value is that what? Caller underscore ID. And in this caller, I want to set that, let's say integration admin I want to set. This value I want to set. So I will put that value equal to integration admin. So now once we put that, this information, and click send, it will be create a incident. So you can see it's create a incident, and then this is my response. So request is nothing but when whatever data you are passing, or whatever somebody is passing, that is the request. And once they pass these informations, they will receive a response. Based on their request, they will receive a response. That is the response. Here, if I search the incident, this is the incident that is created. Let's search the incident here. If we search that and see that incident is properly created or not, you can see this incident is getting created right now, and then this short description is a test incident, and then caller is the integration admin. Okay, so this way even you can give them access to create a incident or create any record to in your ServiceNow instance. You can give them access to them to create that to create incident, create problem, create change request to in your instance. Okay, now here is the thing. As I mentioned, the table API does not validate that that restriction or that the validation we have. So let's say in our case, whenever we are going to create an incident, and if we click create new, caller and short description both are mandatory, and so this caller and incident are mandatory, right? But if we are trying to create from our table API, it does not actually validate, or it does not actually check that whatever validation in place in our system is working or not. So I will remove this caller field and try to create that test incident 2 and see the incident getting created or not. So once we click the send, so this request we are passing, and this is the response we get as incident 1006 is getting created. If I search this incident, you can see this incident getting created, but caller is still mandatory, but it did not fill. So basically, if you give them the table API access or table level access, they might miss some of the fields to create that. For that, we need to do other for overcoming that, we have other method. But you have to keep in mind that if they are responsible for all this handling, case handling, then they should go for the table level API. Otherwise, you should not give them access to the table level API. So in this case, we talk about that how to create the incident or how to create a record to our incident. Okay. So now, as I mentioned in our previous sessions, if you remember that, you can give them a C URL, and using the C URL, they know all this information. They will have all this information. So let's say you think about that. This is the information you want to pass to your client, and how do you pass this information? Do you manually put all this information one by one and pass them? You don't need to do that. You simply, in the Postman, you have an option called port. You click that. Once you click the port, you can see here you have a different language. So what type of language they are using? So let's say they are using the JavaScript, so you can simply change that to jQuery. If you think about that, they are using the Node.js, you can select the Node.js and it will give you all these details. Okay, let's say no, they are not using the Node.js, they are using the PHP, so you can pass them. Okay, but the standard one is the C URL. You can give them in a C URL format. So this is the format. You just click that here. It will be copy in your snippet, and then this information you can simply just pass to them. Say, let's say that using these are the method, you can access our endpoint, and you can create a record to our instance. Okay. Remember one thing, whenever you are passing this information, you should remove these cookies here, and this way you can avoid your data leakage. So you just simply copy that, and then here we'll say that create a incident. So this is my question, and for that, what they can do, they can actually this endpoint they can hit, but in this case I'll just remove this header part. So I don't want to give them this header. Okay, so that's it. This way you can basically pass them to how to create the incident. Okay, now next we'll talk about that. Let's see, we'll talk about that how we can modify a record. Okay, so let's say how we can update a record. That thing we'll discuss. So in this, if you see here in this case body, we just put that short description, and if I search with this incident actually doesn't have any color. Let's say after creating the incident, we realize that we need to be update the color. Okay, in this case, how we can do or how we can update the color? For that, what we have to do, update incident. I'll put. So this is the update incident. In this update incident, how they can update their incident. For that, what you have to do, you have to come here. This is the for the updating. This URL will be remain same as it is. The URL will be remain same. But if you see, only you need to pass the incident number this type. Similarly, to retrieve an incident, you need to be pass that. I'll create here one more time, and here I will pass this incident number here. And here I need to pass this sys incident sys. How can I get that? So this incident sys will be here. So this is the incident sys. During the creation I received that, so I'll pass this incident sys. Now here I'll select that basic. Now what we'll do, I'll go to this body, and in this body I'll select raw. I'll select that JSON, and here I will say that caller underscore ID will be the caller ID name. So what will be the caller? Let's say I will put that this user integration admin probably. So I'll just refresh that one more time before I hit to that API. Right now you can see the caller is blank. Now I'll go to this API and say that caller equal to integration admin. And in this case, if you see the documentation, what it is saying that modify a record in bracket put. Put means that you are updating some record. So basically, if you see here, we have few methods. First is the get method. Second is the post method. Get method is used to get the data. Post method is used to creating a record, and then put method is used to update the record. So I will change this method to put, and then here I'll set the put, and once I will hit the once I will hit that send button, it should update that incident. So let's go back to that incident, and if I see this incident is right now updated, and this is modified by integration admin because we are using the service account. All this incident created, updated, or all this task which is going to create, update, everything will be given by this user that I am using right now. Okay, using by that name. Now, if you want to pass this information, you just go and pass this information by this one. We discuss about that updation method. Let's talk about the deletion method. How we can delete a record. In this case, for deletion record and updation record, only changes will be happen. The method will be changed to the delete, and then rest the URL will be remain same. For deletion method, so let's copy this one. So this is the method will be put, and I will update here. For updation, the update that I will put the code. So I'll go here and then see URL. I'll copy this complete code and paste here. And here I will remove my cookies details. And let's say, so this is the method we are going to use. Okay. Now next thing we will talk about that how we can delete the record. So delete a record. For delete the record, what will be happen? The method or this put method, everything will be, this endpoint will be remain same. Only change will be happen. This method will be changed to the delete method, and once you change the delete method and then hit enter. So in this delete method, once I click the send, it's try to delete, but as you see, it is saying that ACL operation delete failed due to security constraint. So this ITIL user or this user doesn't have access to delete that incident record. That's the reason it is not giving, not allowing them to delete that. So whenever you do something, make sure that you have a proper access. So that user should have proper access. Okay. Normally, even I don't think that deletion is a right method. You should not delete anything from this ServiceNow instance. So you can just leave it is as it is. But if you want, you can delete that record. The point is that if you want, you can delete that record. For deletion method, this is the CA URL. If you want, you can use that. Okay. So I'll just remove, we don't need data, and even we don't need the header, this cookies header. If you pass that, it will delete that. So this all about the table API. Even we do have one more API called, that patch. So basically patch also used to help you to update that. Patch is something that updating the record, and put is something called modify record. Both are the similar. There is nothing much difference. Basically, if I go back to the Postman have lot of methods. So these are the method they have, but we don't use that. ServiceNow don't use those all these method. They use the get method to get the data, post method to create the data, put and patch method to updating the data, delete method to delete the data. And we also have a one more method that is called header method. So head method, if we change to head, this body will not come to as a body. It will come all this information as a head. So if I hit that, it will, all this information will become in a header. So these are the method we use. Now coming to that one tricky part or one trick. So you don't need to remember all this code, or you don't need to visit my website each and every time to giving this URL to customer. ServiceNow inbuilt have a capability to resolve this issue. You can go to this REST API Explorer. This REST API Explorer is ServiceNow inbuilt application that help you to build your basically help you to build your all these issues. Here, if you see here, we have a options called namespace. You have to select the namespace equal to now, API name equal to table API, and then API version is the latest. These three things you have to select. Namespace equal to now, API name is equal to table API, and then API version is the latest. Once you select that, the the options or the method I have told you, all these methods are available here. You just need to be put required information. Let's say here it is asking that table name, so I will say I want to get records from table. Okay, so I can receive multiple records. Okay, so I'll select that table equal to incident here, and then here in this is param query, I'll say that active equal to true, and then once I click send, it will generate a a endpoint for me, method for me, and then you can see that I will get all this response in the below section. So this is the response I am getting. So in this way, you don't need to, even if you don't want to use the Postman, you can use the REST API Explorer to generate this endpoint. Now coming back to that, if you click the C URL, it will generate this code for you. You just click the snippet, you will copy the code, and then you can paste in your respective area. Now it's also easy for you to create a record. So let's say I want to create a record, so I'll just simply select the create a record. Once I click the create a record, I need to select the table name. So in my case, let's say I want to create a record in change request, and I will select the change request here. And now once you click the change request, here in this body, instead of putting manually the JSON here, you can click the builder and click add fields, and you can keep that you can put this all these fields name, call the test 1 2 3, and then let's say caller or requested for, requested by. I'll put that my this integration hub name, so whatever was there, integration admin, I'll put that. And in this case, you can see it's automatically generating the JSON. You don't need to manually put or get all this field name. And once I click send, it will create a change request, and it's give me this change request number. So this is the change request which is getting created during this process. I can search and get this change request. So I will search here, and you can see this change request test 123 which is getting created, requested by is the integration admin. This way also you can generate endpoint for your customer, you can provide them and they can work on that. So that's it all about today's class. In our next sessions we'll definitely talk about few more, let's say we'll talk about the import set API, and gradually we will discuss about the coding, or we'll discuss more complex scenario. That's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and this is the day 4 of the integration training. In this training, or in this sessions, we'll talk about that direct web services integrations using the SOAP message. And lastly, we talk about that using the table API, how we can get the data from the ServiceNow using the REST message, or we talk about that using the REST API Explorer, how we can generate the URL dynamically and send our customer to get the data from the ServiceNow. So today we'll talk about basically, that direct web services integration. So if I go back to the documentation in this inbound integration, we talk about, or we cover about that table API web services, and now today we'll talk about that direct web services using the SOAP message. So again, for this one, you don't need to build anything, or you don't need to develop anything into the service now. But as your customer, if they are asking something, like let's say they are trying to create a record to the service now, or they are trying to retrieve a record from the service now, how you can give them this, all these details, we'll discuss this further today. So without wasting time, let's get started. For the direct web services access, if I go back to that my documentation called direct web services access, in this direct web services access, if you see this documentation, it's saying that a direct web service is available for any table in system if the correct access control is configured. So let's say I want to retrieve incident from the incident table, or I want to retrieve data from the change request table, so that I should have the user or the service account, they should have access to view that incident, or they should have proper access to do the card operation like create, update, delete. Whatever access they will have, let's say they have only read access, they will only able to read the data, or if they have access to that create the data, they will be able to create the data. Even if they have access to delete the record, they will be able to delete the data using that SOAP message. So we'll show you that. So very first thing is that that's the if you see that here more about, for SOAP API required service account, a service account must have the SOAP role. So basically, whatever the service account you are giving to the customer, the service account must have SOAP role. Then only that integration will be possible. Otherwise, it won't be possible. The next thing is that the supported format for incoming message is document style literal XML. So basically, SOAP integration is based on the XML. So we have to deal with the XML for SOAP message. And this is the example URL using that we can deal with our, ServiceNow instance. So very first thing, as I mentioned, that the user that must have the SOAP role. So if I go back to the ServiceNow instance, this is my ServiceNow instance, and go back to the CC user table. Under the CC user table, during our last sessions, we created one user called integration admin. In this integration admin, we added that web services admin role. Now for SOAP integrations, we have to add them the SOAP role so that they can do a operation using the SOAP message. So for the SOAP message, you have these are the child role like SOAP create, delete, ECC query, update, script. These are the role you have. But if you give them the direct SOAP role, this is the parent role of all these child role. Okay, so if you give them the SOAP role, automatically they will inherit those roles. So I'll simply add this SOAP role, and because I want to show the demo on creation, updation, deletion, all this method, so I'll just add the SOAP role and simply save that. Once I added that, you can see that user have couple of new role added like SOAP created, SOAP query, SOAP script, SOAP update. These are the role they automatically inherited from that because this SOAP is the parent role. So that's it for here that user access part. Now you have to open the SOAP UI for testing that whatever endpoint or whatever access you are giving, that is the correct. So let's open the SOAP UI and see that how it looks like the SOAP UI, because using the earlier video we talked about the using the Postman, how we can test those links that it's working fine or not. We actually tested and then we provided that link to our customer, right? Similarly, we can test that same scenario in the using the SOAP UI for the SOAP message. Definitely you can go for the Postman, but it is a better visibility in the SOAP UI. So I'll open the SOAP UI. In our last documentation talk about that we are going to use some of the third-party application to test our scenario, right? So we'll open the SOAP UI and we'll show you that. So this is the SOAP UI, how it looks like that initially whenever you open that. And this is the SOAP UI looks like. Now in the SOAP UI, when you open the first time, so this is asking for the REST URL, but we don't, I mean, using the SOAP UI, you can test that REST and SOAP, but initially we used REST for the Postmas and we use that SOAP UI for the SOAP message testing. So I'll just close this browser and then definitely go for this one. And then here they are saying that this is the endpoint that we have to use for, do that direct table API, direct table web services. For that, I have to use this endpoint. So I'll copy this endpoint from here and go back to the SOAP UI. In the SOAP UI, you have a options called SOAP. You just click that SOAP. Once you click the SOAP, the project name it is asking. You don't need to put anything in the project name. You just put that initial WESDL. Here you need to put that endpoint. Now, once you put the endpoint, I just replace this instance name with my ServiceNow instance name. So my ServiceNow instance name is this one. I'll copy this ServiceNow instance name and paste here. Once I put that, you can see by default the project name is coming called incident. From where it is coming? From that this one incident.do, from there it is coming. If you want to change this name, you can go for that. Otherwise, you just simply click the OK. Once you click the OK, it will ask for the username password. The username password is nothing but the username password for that our service account. So let's go back to that service now, and this is our user ID for that. So I'll just open here and put that, and then password I'll put that. So here I just paste the password and simply click OK. Once I click OK, it will be loaded some of the WSDL, or maybe it will directly download from that ServiceNow instance. And you can see these are the method using that. These are the method they can do some operation. Okay. So if I go back here and open that previous documentation that called table API web services REST. This one, if you see here, we have a various method called retrieve a record from a table, create a record, retrieve a record, modify a record, delete a record, update a record. These are the method. Similarly, in the SOAP UI, you can see these are the method called delete multiple, delete record, get key, get record, insert, update. These are the method. Using that, we can do some operation, like we can update the record. We can using the this method, update method. Using the insert method, we can insert the record. Get records, we can get some data, like we can get retrieve some the record and get a key. Using that, we can get some sysID. Using this method, get method, we can get only one specific record. Delete record, only one record deleted. Delete multiple, will delete multiple record. So very first thing is that we are going to insert a record to the incident table. So I'll click this insert operation. Once you open this insert operation, you can see in this bottom you have various options, and here you will be able to find out that I'll just open this one. So under this insert method, you have a request one which is by default created. You just need to open that, and once you open that, you will be able to see all these incident fields are available here in a XML format. So you can see these are the incident fields we have available into the ServiceNow right now. And here we need to update, or we need to pass some value to create the record. Also in the bottom, we have a request property. inside the request property, we need to put again the credential called username and password, because the previous username password that we have put there, that is for only downloading this method, by default automatically downloading the method, but this username and password is used to actually do a operation on this request method. So I'll quickly paste that username and password. Now, once username password is added here, we need to put that certain value, that whatever value we want to put. So let's say we want to put the short description. So let's find out that short description field. So you can see this is the short description field. By default, it's have a question mark. It's paste from SOAP UI. So this will be our one of this message that we are trying to put that. Now again, similarly, we'll put the caller ID. So the way we have done here, in this caller ID, we'll put the name and see how it's work. In the caller, what will be put that? We'll put this username, so integration admin. So I'll copy that name here. And once we put all this information, let's say you put all these informations like closed by, closed node, all this, whatever, CMDB, whatever you have put, and click the send. Once you click the send, you can see you get a response, and which is something like that. You click that raw, or you can click that SOAP, you will get one message or the response that you have received. What it is saying that insert abort operation against that incident was abort by business rule called abort changes on the group. So something it's the business rule that is abort to creating my record to this incident table. So let's see what the business rule is saying. So I will open this business rule quickly in my ServiceNow instance and see what they are saying. I'll open this business rule. And search with this name, and it is on the incident table. And this will run during insert and update. You can see that this business rule is updating, creating during insert and update. And it's have some, a script. So I'll just turn off this line and save that for the timing. And for the demonstration purpose, I just turned off that and click again to sending the data. Once I send that data and click the XML, I can see there is a one incident is getting created. I'll open that and search the incident. So now one thing you notice that some of the fields it's coming as a question mark. You can see these are the fields are coming as a question mark, right? Because in the SOAP UI, these are the pre-populated fields that are in a question mark. So what you have to do basically, you just have to remove this question mark if you don't want to pass any value. So let's say right now you can see that in this, that's the reason the business rule was giving my error that assignment group assigned to these are coming as a question mark, and because of that it's have some invalid value. That's the reason the business rule was restricting me. I'll do one thing. I'll simply remove as much as possible. So let's say I will remove that assignment group and assign to. So here, if I see assignment group, I'll remove, and then assign to, I'll remove. So if I run that, there are other fields need to be probably remove that. If I run that, this value, let's say category also and channel, these two I'll also remove that. So I will come down and category, this one I'll remove, and channel ID. So let's say I'll remove the category. So if I run that, now this value doesn't have any value, and this field doesn't have any value. Now let's do one more thing, that I will turn on that business rule that we have deactivated for that for the timing. So I'll go back and then update that this business rule to true, whatever I have created. So I'll just make that turn on true, and then I'll go back to this SOAP message and hit again to create a incident. So let's click that. it is created a new incident. Just click the XML and you will be received a new incident. I'll copy and search that. Once we search that, you can see all this data or all this record that is created, and this caller ID or category, this is not coming a question mark anymore, right? Because we remove that that question mark. So this way you can create a record. We just discussed that how we can create a record. Similarly, let's say I want to update a record, right? So I go back here and then click here. So this is the update method, and in this update method you can see any of this field you can update it. So let's say in previously this incident was created and this is the sysID, right? And this is the newly value that we have received. So we'll search that sysID here. This is the sysID. I'll paste that sysID field, and here I will put that value. So let's say right now this incident, the 10 have that description is question mark. I'll update the description call. I'll search the description, and I'll put that description call new description. Again, you can see others fields have a question mark, so it probably will update that. So I'll remove that caller ID, I'll remove that assignment group and assign to these two fields. So I'll remove that. So these will be done by third party. So you just need to give them that this endpoint to them so that they can work on that. And then I'll update that short description even. So I'll find out the short description, and I'll just remove that and click send. Now once you send that, we'll get an error. So you can see that if I click the XML, we are getting that error call user does not authenticate, because for this method we need to be put this username and password again in this bottom. So I'll just click here and put the username and password. As I mentioned that each method or operation have a one request, and each request have to be put username and password. I'll copy and paste that username and password. Now username and password is copied here, and now if we click send, it should right now give me a response. So if I click XML, you can see it is updated. Now let's go back to that incident, and you can see this value getting updated. This value got updated, but short description and these are not updated, but other fields are updated because there are the question mark sign. Because of that value got updated. So make sure whenever the third party is sending, they are not passing any junk value, because whenever we test using the SOAP message, it creates some junk value. So make sure whenever you are passing them or whenever you are giving them, they should not pass any junk value. So the way we have done for insert or update, similarly we have a get records. In this get records, we can retrieve the records. So if I click this method, this is the retrieving method where we can retrieve that by putting some of the fields value. We can get the records, and similarly we have an option called get method. Using the get method, we can pass that sysID and the view name. By passing that, we can get details. So let's go back to this incident. I'll copy this sysID and paste to this one, and you need to pass that view name if you want. So let's say I'll put the default, and this is the optional field. You can see this is the mandatory field and this is the optional field. So once you put the default and click enter, I'll get an error because I have to be put that username and password here. So this is the password value, and now if we click send, it will give me an answer with this all value. You can see that we are getting that class is incident. This is a short description called test from SOAP UI, and then there will be some description somewhere. Let's see. So this is the description, new description, something like that. All this value we will be able to retrieve from our table. Similarly, we have a delete multiple record and delete record. So if I click the delete record only need one sys ID. Once you pass that, it will be delete that. Similarly, delete multiples is used to put some filter. Let's say I want to put that category equal to all, category equal to something. So all this incident that is created by that category will be deleted. So basically, this way we can create, delete, update, get the data. So that's a very simple method. As I saw that how we can get the data from that service now, how we can insert the data, how we can delete the data. So these are the method. It's available for SOAP message. And the next topic we'll talk about in our next day. We'll talk about definitely. Let's see what topic we have in next day for the next day. We'll talk about that import set web services. That is also a SOAP. And after import set web services, we'll talk about that import set API. These are the topics we'll cover one by one. And if you have any question, let me know in my comment sections. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the day 5. In this fifth day, we'll talk about that how we can build our own inbound web services. The last few days we talk about that how we can use the directly table API or direct table access to do modification. But in our case today we'll talk about that how we can build our own web services, and we can through own web service we can do the control on that web services. So I'll go first that the very basic web services called import set web services. If you see here that last in inbound integration we talk about table API, which is REST method. We talk about the direct web services, which is SOAP method. These two are the table API. I mean, we don't have any direct control on them. We just, we just created our, we just generated the endpoint and provided them our customer, but we don't direct access on that. Okay, so today we'll talk about basically import set web services. So for the import set web services, we ServiceNow already provided some of the import set web services. I'll talk that little later, but very first I'll create my own import set and I'll show you that how we can do a lot of stuffs with that. So without wasting time, let's get started. In the ServiceNow, if you type that web services under this module, you will be able to see under this web services, we have a one sub module called inbound, which is a separator. Under this inbound, you can see that computer location, notification user. These are the already inbound they have created, out of box they have created. But today we'll first create our own inbound actions and own inbound integration web services, and then we'll discuss further. So first we'll click create new. So to understand that web services, first we have to understand that on which table we want to create a record. So let's assume that your customer provided you requirement that using the web services they want to create or they want to retrieve some record into that, or whatever the requirement is that. So let's say that using that inbound web services they want to create a record into the change request table. For that we are going to build a web services. So let's say I'll put here the change underscore request table. So once I select the change underscore request table, you can see that create transform map checkbox is checked, and copy field from the target table, this field is not checked. I'll check that. And here I need to provide that import set name. So or that web services name. So I'll put that change request. Once I put that, you can see there will be one u underscore change request. This will be a import set table. There will be import set table will be created, and that will be the import set. Once I click create, it will be create a web services for me. So once I submit that, it takes some time because all these fields are there bringing, it is internally creating some transform map, all those stuffs. What I have to do now, I move to that transform map table. and what they are saying that please create transform map. So all these things are already done. I just need to be submit that. Now if I click here again, and you can see that if I refresh this module and type the web services again, and you will be able to see my API that I have created called change request. This is the web services that I have created. Now, if you see here in this web services change request, you can see this is my WSDL or that SOAP message endpoint, which I am going to use. And if I scroll down, all these change request fields are right now visible. Now, let's see that you don't need to, uh, you know, get all these details. You can delete some of the fields from there. So what does it mean by this one? I'll talk you further. Remember that what happens once we uh, create that, it's generate a web services with the WSDL, and in the bottom we have a inside the transform map, and then we have a source table and target table. What does it mean by that? When we hit this endpoint through this any of this third party or any of this application, the data will be created to this table, the source table, and through the transform map, these data will be transformed to this target table. So this is the process of this whole integration. So if I open this transform map, and if there is any no if there is no field matching, I'll if you can see that field map, it's empty. We can click auto map matching, so it will be automatically create source field and target field, all these fields. So all these 77 fields are automatically created. Now whatever is needed for your case, you can define that. So this is the process that how the data is transforming. So first, whenever you are hitting that endpoint, so I type again web services. Under this web services, you have a change request, this web service, and this web service have all these fields that is available under this change request. You can see the fields are visible here. Now on these fields, you have a one import set table called you change request. This table, the data will be come to this table, and from this table, that using the transform map, this table will be transformed. So this is how the complete process. So let's first see that how the SOAP message is reacted on that, and then we'll go further. So if I copy this endpoint, this is my endpoint. Once you click directly hit, and it will be generate one XML file. So you can see if you directly open this SOAP message, this is that it will be generate some XML file. And if you minimize those, let's say I'll open those, you can see get key response, get response, and then the get records. These are the method that we see in our SOAP UI. All these methods are available right now. So insert, update, record, update, response, delete multiple. These are all the methods are already available right now. So what we'll do, we'll open the SOAP message and hit this endpoint and see how it looks like. What we'll do, I'll open the SOAP UI. Once you open the SOAP UI, this is the how the UI looks like in the SOAP UI. We already talked about, right? So we'll close this all these tabs, and here we'll click that SOAP one. Once you click the SOAP one, it's asking for the SOAP WSDL. So I'll paste that SOAP WSDL here. So I'll probably paste the SOAP WSDL. So I'll copy this endpoint from here. This is my endpoint, and I'll come here and paste this SOAP WSDL here. Once I put that, the name is automatically generated as per our previous discussion. You can rename that. So we'll say that change request. So in better form. And click OK. So once we click OK, it will be asked for username and password. Now I have to put that service account username password that I have created in previous sessions or previous class. So I'll go back my user and put that username and password. So once you put this username password, all this method related to this change request will be created. The way we discuss about that our table API, the same way these are the methods it's created, and it can create, update the record. So let's open this one of this insert record, and once we click the request, you will be able to see the fields are available here. So you can see all these fields are available, and in this top it is saying that optional. It means that those fields are optional definitely. Now coming back to our here, you can see these fields is started from the active, and we have till change model. So if I go back here, so there are all these fields are available right now. Now we can, all these custom fields, everything is available right now. We can send a request, and using the request we can create a record. So let's say I will put that assignment group equal. So if I go here, do we have assignment group? So I will remove this assignment group and assign to from here, so that whenever this SOAP message will be automatically generated, this field SOAP assignment group and assign to should not populated by default. So this method or this thing should not be pre-populated automatically. So let's do that. So I'll just remove that assignment group and assign to and click update. Now we can see this assignment group and assign to is no more available in our case. Now what I'll do, I'll go back to the SOAP message again and create a one more SOAP request. So I'll delete that one and create a new SOAP message here, and then this case again I'll put the endpoint. So I'll go back here and then copy the endpoint. And if I open this request method, and now you can see this assignment group is no more available. So basically, if you want to bypass certain field, you can definitely go and remove those fields from here. So this is the how it way. You can see that right now 95 fields is present here. So whatever fields is you feel that unnecessary, you can delete that. So our case, I feel that some of the fields are unnecessary, I'll delete those fields. So this way you can reduce your SOAP message, this pre-populated template. You can remove those pre-populated template length. So definitely, and if they pass any of this value, it will be simply ignore that. So all these fields may be updated or whatever is updated. Now what I'll do, I'll try to create a record and see that it is working fine or not first. In this case, first I'll search with the short description and description. These two information I'll put that. So let's say short description, I'll put that change request using SOAP. This is the short description, and I will search the description also. And let's see if I find out the description or not. So probably whatever fields we have find out and click the send button. Once we click the send button, as expected, it will give me an error because we have not put any credential inside this here. So we need to be put credential here. I'll click the properties here, and if we see here username and password, I need to put again. This is the username and this is the password. I have to pass the password. So let's go back and check that password. Once we pull all this information, once we click the send, it should create a change request. Let's try. And if I go to this XML, it's saying that insufficient right to create a new record, because I don't have any right to create a change request probably. So if I go back to this one and go back to my user table, I need to give that some role. So in this integration admin, because we are doing or we are dealing with that import set, right? So the data is coming and creating to this import set. So what I'll say that import set admin, I'll add this import set admin role. And let's try one more time. And if I see the XML, now you can see it is kind of creating the data, but it's have an error called executing business rule called calendar total delivery time. So there is some business rule which is restricting us. Let's check that here, calendar time. I'll remove this one and see if, so we need to be put the state somewhere. So let's see the state we have, state field, find next state, use state. So we need to be put, remove this state value here and hit. So you can see we are getting a lot of issue due to this question mark, right? So whenever you are building that web services, make sure that you have proper all these related fields you have added to your web services tab, so that whenever the by default the fields are getting generated, it should not generate that unnecessary field. So in this case, that it is creating some problem. So how can we overcome the situation that there are a lot of fields are getting pre-populated for that? So how can we overcome that? To overcome that, simple, let's say I want to create a problem records. For that, we'll type that web services here. Under this web services, I'm going to create a record called problem. And on this problem, you can see we are going to select the target table called problem. And then in this problem, we are not going to check this checkbox. Okay, so if you select this checkbox, all these fields which is present to the problem record will be came up here. And in this, your import set also, it will be create those fields. So what I am going to do that, I am not going to create any field, unnecessary field. I will open the problem field, and whatever fields I actually needed, those fields I'll create that. Let's say short description and description. These two fields I am going to create that through or through this over this process. Okay, so problem statement and then description, these two fields, and then configuration item, these three fields I'll deal with that. So I'll say that problem statement, one field. Another field is that we are going to say the description, and then next is the configuration item. These are the fields I'm going to create that. These are the field I'm going to deal with that. Okay, and once we click the create, basically these three fields will be created to this import set. So as I mentioned that, so once we click the create button, this create web service will generate a import set, and the import set table will have these three fields only. So I'll click that create. Once I click the create, and it will land me to that table transform map. I'll submit that, nothing else. Now I will type web services, refresh one more time this tab, and type web services. Under this web service, I should have a field called problem. And in this problem, you can see these three fields are present. And if I open, this is also, it's created another import set table. So if I open this problem table, this problem table have only these three fields that I am expecting. Apart from that, all this import set related table is there. So basically, if you check this copy field from target, all these fields present to the problem table will be created as import set table in the import set table, and then there will be pre-populated this, and then in the whole thing, all these whole things will be pre-populated. Okay, so for avoid that, you just uncheck that. If you need all this field, definitely go for this checkbox. Now I'll open this problem transform map and auto match, so that all these fields can be matched. So I'll click auto field map. So these three fields that we have created will be automatically mapped right now. So now what we'll do, I'll use this endpoint, and using the endpoint, let's create a record and see how it is working. So I'll copy this endpoint. Even if you open this endpoint, the XML that will be generated for insert event, that will be little small. Let's see that. For insert, you can see this three field along with this two field, which is out of box fields. Okay, it's generated. Now I'll copy this endpoint, and here I will click that SOAP request, and then here I'll put that, and let's say put that problem record and click OK, put the credential. The only challenge here is that we need to put the credential again and again. That's very irritating. So that's fine. So this is how it's an old method. So now if we see here in this problem record, it is created certain fields. So let's see if I open this insert method. And in this insert method, we have three fields. One is the problem statement, description, and configuration item. So let's say problem statement. I'll say that in this way we avoid the unnecessary fields. And then again in the problem statement, what we'll say that let's say new problem from SOAP UI. And in these descriptions, I will put the same thing, and last I'll say the description. Okay. Now what we'll do, I'll put the username password here. Once we put this information, let's hit to that run method. Click the XML, it will be generate a problem, and this is the problem number. We'll search with that problem number. And we are able to create that. But there is one issue, that configuration item, that we don't remove that part. So that's the reason it's coming with the question mark. So that's fine. Rest all are good, I guess. We can do a validation kind of thing. So let's see how can we do the validation. So if we go back to the web services, under this web services, we have a problem. This is the problem. And before I go back to the validation, if you see here, this problem, if I open this import set table, there also will be one record is created. So this is the record which is created to this u_problem table. From this table, using the transform map, the data is transformed. So if you see the import sets, under this import set, there was import set, and through this import set, the data transform actually. Okay. So this way how it's work actually using these web services. Now we want to make this problem to be mandatory. Problem statements to this configuration item to be mandatory. So I'll configure dictionary and then mark is mandatory from this import set table. So let's do that, and let's see what happens. So these fields are mandatory right now on this import set table. Previously, if I open this SOAP message, under this SOAP message, you can see that the configuration item on the top, it was showing that not a mandatory or something like that, optional field. Now let's see how react that. Okay, so I'll click the SOAP message again and put this endpoint. I'll go back and copy this endpoint and put here problem new and click OK. And if we open the insert method, you can see that little difference. On before that configuration item, there was no optional parameter. So before that configuration item, there is no optional parameter is showing. So now if we remove that one and just try to send that, and let's see what happened. So very first thing you can see, although it was saying that it's not a optional here, but if we don't pass that, system is accepting and it is creating a record. To avoid this situation, you can go ahead and write the script into this transform map. So we'll discuss this further in our next sessions, but in this transform map, you can select the run script, and using the run script, you can do the validation. If this field is not there, we can ignore that. These things we can do that. In our next sessions, we'll talk about this one. That's it for today. Thank you guys. If you have any question, let me know in my comment sections. Till the time, like, share and subscribe my channel. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the 6 sessions of the integration training. In this training, we'll talk about that how we can do the validation in our import set SOAP message. In last sessions, we built or we created our own import set, and then using the import set, using the WSDL, we are able to create a record into that problem table. We are able to transform the data from this SOAP message through the import set to the target table. So today we'll do a validation. So last time I show you that how I can mark that mandatory, but it mandatory was not working. So those kind of validation will perform in today's session. So without wasting time, let's get started. So if you remember or watch my previous video, you see that this is my SOAP message, and using this SOAP message, I am able to create a record to my uh, table. So if I run this one, let's say in this configuration item description and problem statement, I'll put these three information. Let me go back to the problem table. So if you remember few things we have created last few records we have created in last class. So let's say I will take that this is my configuration item. So I'll copy this zoom here, and then if I pass that here, I'll say that soap message 1, and here I'll say that 1.1. So if we pass this information, it will be created one record to our uh, problem table with this configuration item. Let's run that. So if we run that, so these things we already configured in our last sessions. If you have not watched my last video, I'll suggest go and watch my previous video. So you can see there will be one problem record it created into that problem table. So this problem one record is created to the problem table. Now today we'll discuss about that how we can mark this configuration item is mandatory, and then how if we are passing the wrong configuration item, let's say if we pass that, let's say if we don't pass this soap message, it will be also create one record. So we'll do two things. So I'll remove this one and then pass that. It will be create one record without making mandatory. So although these things are mandatory, but it is not getting validated. So if I see here, the record is getting created with the empty configuration item. That's the one thing. And second thing, if we pass something called ABC and send that, system will also try to create one record with this ABC. So you can see if I go back again and run that, it's create ABC. And if I open that, this ABC CI is by default created. So these are the things we are going to be validate today. So very first thing is that if we type that web services here, and if I scroll down, you can be able to see this one problem web services is created. I'll go back here. Under this web services, you can see these are the fields we have mapped in last sessions, and this is the transform map. In this transform map, as I mentioned, that the data will be come to this table called staging table or the source table, and from this table through the transform map, the data is getting transformed to the target table. Now, if you see here, if I open this configuration item, so this is the table map or field map, which is mapped from the source table to the target table. If I open this map, you can see choice actions. In this choice actions, we have a options called create. So it means that if my data is not available to the target table, choice action will create a record to this target table. So if you see here in this case, ABC, the configuration item was not there. Because of this choice action is it's create a record to the CMDB CI table, and then it is showing as a reference. To overcome this one, we can just change that and say that rejected. Once we change that rejected and save that, and let's see. So we just change that action to choice action to rejected. And now if we go back to the soap message, and here if we say that XYZ, there is no CI available. If we run that, and go to the XML, it's saying that the script it did not create any record because the reference fields value for the task.cmdbci is rejected, and that's the reason the system will not be create any of this record to this target table anymore. So if I refresh that, you can see there is no record is created that as XYZ. The very first problem or very first thing is that for reference fields or for any kind of drop down field, if they are make sure that you select the choice action is rejected if you don't want to create a record to in your system. If by default value is the create, so that it will be create a record. If you select the ignore and then save that, the record will be created. This value will not be added to in your system. Definitely, it depends on the situation what you want. So let's say if I run this one at that moment, there will be a record created and then it will be ignored, that value will be ignored. So let's run that. You can see the problem record is created, but in this problem record it won't be create one XYZ configuration item, but it will be create one record. So this is the meaning of this choice action. Now let's go back to and select the reject action. Now, next issue is that if we don't pass anything, let's say I'm not passing anything, any value, and if we run that, what will be happen? So if we don't pass anything, and this is the right now, if I run that, is there will be one record will be created. So let's run that. Once we run that, you can see there is a one record created. So if I run that, you can see there is a one record is created. But if I go back to this U problem table, this configuration item is mandatory. And here in the actual table, the problem table also configuration item also mandatory. So if I open, this is the problem record. In this problem record, you can see this configuration item is also mandatory. If we can mark as a mandatory. So let's right click configure and mandatory, this one. I'll go back to the configure dictionary, and we can just mark equal to mandatory and click the update. So this is our problem, and in this problem record, that actually the configuration item is mandatory. And if you go back to this our staging table called u underscore problem, and if I open this record, here also the configuration fields is mandatory. So both the cases, this staging table configuration field is mandatory, and your actual target table, this configuration is a mandatory. Now what we'll do, if we run again for the testing purpose called 2, so this one will say that 2. So this is the second validation we are going to do, that 2.1, and if we run that, let's see what is happening. If we see that the problem record is getting created. Now if I go back here and see that the problem record is creating without validating that this is a mandatory field. For that, what we can do in this case, you have in this transform map, basically you have a option called enforce mandatory fields. So if you see here, you have a options called only mapped field or all field. So if you want to validate all the field, or you want to map that only mapped field. So I will say that only mapped field and save that. So in that case, the only mapped field have the, if they are mandatory, it will be through an error. So let's say this things is not there. Now if I run that and see the XML, you can see that validation is coming called CMDB CI is a mandatory field. So basically using that one, you can do, I mean, enforce mandatory fields using that. You can mark that what field will be mandatory. So these things you can do. Apart from that, you can run your own run script and validate that. And here you can write your own script to mark this validation. Okay, so let's come up that our requirement was, let's say that this problem statement always will be start with soap message keyword. Okay, so if the message is coming from SOAP message, I mean, this problem statement will be always starting with the SOAP message. How do we validate that? If something is, let's, apart from the SOAP message, if something else is coming, we want to, we want to validate that this is not the correct one. So we want to throw an error. So how do we validate that? For that, we can run a custom message here, and then we can show that. For that, what we'll do, let's say we are going to validate that in our problem statement. So in this problem statement, so in this case, problem statement field name is the u underscore problem statement. We'll copy that, and here you can see we have a source, target, map, log is updated. These are the parameter is available. So we are going to check that where PS means the problem statement equal to source dot this field. Okay, it means that whatever value will be present to the problem statement, we are going to validate that. If PS dot we are going to start with this parameter, I am going to put that. So let's say if the PS start with some message, we want to validate something, and equal to I'll say that true. What will be happen? It will be it. I will allow you to insert that. Okay. Else I will say that error equal to true. And here I want to set the error message. So if we want to show that error message, if you can see that this is the we have to say that error equal to true. It means that we are flagging that error equal to true. And if we want to show the specific message, how do we show that? So if I go back to this import set dot row, this is the import set where all these row are stored, and you can see there is two field. One is the error, another is the comment. So we can set the value of in this field. So let's say I want to show the error message. So this is the field name where I have to set the value. What is the field name? The sys row error, and here I need to set the value. So I'll say that source dot sys error message. I'll say that problem statement should start with so something like that. I have said that, and let's run this our API and see it's working or not. So I'll say that do nothing here. If that is the message we started with the so message, I am not doing anything. If it is not start with so message, I will not insert to this record and will throw an error. So let's open the problem table again. So I'll go back to the problem and open that. And if we run that here, first thing is that you can see it is showing an error. The CMDB CI is a mandatory. I have to select the CMDB CI. So let's say I will copy this zoom this one and set that as a CMDB CI. Once we put the CMDB CI and run that, and you can see this problem record is getting created because all this validation is passed because we put the three validation. First thing is that this is a mandatory, this has to be, this is a mandatory, and this CI has to be present to this table, CMDB CI table. And the last thing is that soap message. If we remove this soap message condition and try to insert that, and let's see what happens to our custom validation. So I'll remove this one and run this and click the XML. You can see it showing that transform map script error. So it is showing a error message called transform map script error. Using that, we are showing some error. Now let's put if you see here, it won't be insert any record because we are showing or we are throwing an error because of this. So the message is not starting with the sub message. What message or what error we are throwing, that is coming as a error message transform map script error. Let's set that if we set the comments, what will be happen. So now at that moment, it's just only saying that the transform map script error. We are unable to find out that what is the error and how we can identify that which is the error we are getting. To get this error message, if we set that source equal to sys row error, it will not show that exact error to our transform map or to our SOAP message. To get that, what we have to do, we have a this is the import set row and we have a field called comments. These fields we have to set the value is the error value. So what I'll do, I'll copy this query and here in this our transform map, I'll say that source dot, this is the field name called sys import set comments. Here I'll pass the comments. Okay, so that whenever the record will be created, the comments will be stored to this table. Once I save that, and once I put that and save that, and we'll run this soap message, we will be able to see the exact error that we are expecting, because third party, if they get the transform map script error, they don't know that for what reason they are getting error. To give them clear identification, you can say that if you see right now, the status message is saying that problem statement should be start with so this way we can overcome this complete situation. Now if we type that soap message here, this error will not become anymore, and it will be create one problem record successfully. So this is the how it's supposed to be work. So you can see right now the data is getting created, and if we remove this soap message here, the record will not be created, it will be throw an error to the system. So that is the how we can do error handling in our using our transform map. Also, if you go back to this transform map, if I go back and go back to the transform map itself, let's say I'll say that web service. So if you want to do a lot of more, if you want to do few more validation inside this web services and in transform map, we have a apart from this run script and these are the checkbox. Apart from that, we have a transform map script. Using the transform map script, you can also do the validations. But you can see this transform map script have a on before on start. So what is used for what purpose? I already have another video. You can go and watch my video. That's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the integration series, and this is the 7 sessions of the integration series. In this sessions, we'll talk about that import set API REST. The last video we talked about that import set web services, how the import set web services can be generated, and using the import set web services, how we can data can be transformed from the your staging table to your target table, how we can create the problem record, how we can do some kind of validation. Now today it's a lightweighted session. In this session we'll talk about that how we can do the import set API. Instead of SOAP, we can use the REST message. Okay, so without wasting time, let's get started. So very first thing is that if we go back to the web services, and under this web services we created that problem web services, you can say, and using this problem web services, we are actually using the SOAP message, we are actually putting the data, and from the transform map we are sending the data. So if you see here, this is the WSDL or endpoint we are using. If you think
in a deep way what is WSTL is contains that ServiceNow instance, then my staging table name, which is the u underscore problem. This is the staging table. You can also see this in this transform map. This is the staging table, and a question mark on, and then WSDL. So what does it mean by that? The data is coming to this import set table, and through this import set table, the data is transforming through the target table. But the only thing is that only difference is that all these validation are into the transform map. So this is how the SOAP is work. But can we use as a REST also? Yes, we can use this import set API or import set as a REST. So if you see my documentation, in the inbound options or inbound integration, we use the table API web services, we use the direct web services. Each and every web service have a two method. One is the REST, another is the SOAP. So similarly, import set web services, we have a SOAP, and then we have also another option called import set API REST method. How do we use that import set API REST method? So if I go back to my documentation chapter 12, using REST message also we can pass data from import set to the target table. So basically what we'll do, using the web service or import set API, we will send the data to this staging table u underscore problem, and from this u underscore problem, transform map automatically will take care of this transforming the data from this u problem to the problem table. How? Or we can pull all kind of, put all kind of validation that we have put using the SOAP message. So we already put some kind of validation in our SOAP message. We can put the similar kind of validation in our REST message also. Both SOAP REST work similar method. Both methods are data first stored to import set, and then using the transform map from import set to the target table, the data transformation happens. We can put all kind of data validation in our transform map. Transform map is the medium to move from staging table to the target table. So this is the method we use. Now in this import set method, similarly we did into that SOAP message, we have a lot of methods, but in this REST we have these are the methods available. First is that create a record in a import set staging table. So using that you can create one single record to the import set table. Insert multiple records from same request. So using that, using the one request, you can create multiple data to this import set, retrieve a import set record. So this is the another method. These three method, using that we can do that. So let's copy this one. This is the method, and here I will open this here. So I'll put this here. Now here I need to put the instance name. In our case, we do have the instance. So this is the instance name. I'll copy this instance name, or maybe this is my ServiceNow instance, and replace with this one. And here, if you see this, it is little bit different between table API and then import set API. We have a slash import, and here I need to put that import set table name. Our case, import set table name is the problem. And here authentication, it will be as it is called basic authentication. This is the username password that we already provided. Now in this raw, we have to select that raw, and here you can select that JSON, and inside the JSON we need to be passed the data. So data as a JSON format. So we'll pass all these field one by one. Okay, so let's go back to our u underscore problem table. So I'll go back to the u underscore problem table. And if I open that, we have a basically one field called configuration item. And this is the configuration item that we have to be passed. So let's say this is the configuration item, and in between there will be colon. Next field is that we do have called a problem statement. So I will open that u underscore problem statement. So this is the problem statement. And then we have another field called description. So these are the three fields we have created during our SOAP message. So we are going to leverage the same fields. Now I will put the message here. So let's say problem statement is the REST API testing. Here I'll put the same kind of data. Now if we send that, remember one thing, that u underscore configuration item is the mandatory field that we have already tested. So let's send that. The last video we already do a validation call. First of all, it's giving me the error that the get method is not allowed, because if you see my documentation, this method is the post method. So I have to change this type get to post and send that. And then configuration item is a mandatory field. You can see we got an error that CMDB the mandatory field is target record not found. So basically this is the error that we are getting. So if we pass this ABC, so first validation is that it's a mandatory field, and if we put ABC and try to hit the enter, you can see that this ABC is already exists. So I'll put the XYZ and then send that. You can see that it's saying that the reference fields value from the task.cmdbci rejected, abcxyz, target record not found. So it's the second validation we are doing. And then third validation, if we put that actual CI, so let's say if I go back to this problem table, u underscore problem table, and then here configuration item is nothing but this is the one configuration item, and pass this configuration item. So right now the configuration item is correct, but if we send this, we will get that problem statement should be start with the SOAP. So because the last time, if you remember that we have put the validation web services, if I go back to this here and then problem, we put a kind of validation that the whenever the data will be coming, data should be this validation should be SOAP message, this method or the statement should be present. So if we change that to problem statement called SOAP message and send that, and then I should be able to create a problem. So this is the problem which is created. So the two method we have discussed here. One is the import set API using SOAP, and this is the import set API using REST method. So using both the method, we can actually store the data, we can actually send the data, and we can do the operation into that our actual table. So this is all about today's sessions. So it is also important that you don't need to be visit my website in each and every time, or you don't need to remember this URL for your reference purpose. This endpoint or these dynamic things can be also generated from the ServiceNow, the way we generated for that table API. So what we have to do, you have to visit for REST API Explorer. So REST API Explorer generate that endpoint, all the endpoint for the REST message that we have. If you go back to this REST message API Explorer, under this namespace, by default it's open to the table API. You just need to switch that, and inside that you need to search with that import set API. So if you go scroll up, you will be able to find out that import set API. You just need to select that. Once you select that import set API and you select the latest, there are these are the methods which is already available. The method I was talking or I was documented in my web service. So these are the methods is already there. You can see these are the method. You just need to be select the table here. Let's say our case u underscore problem. Once you select the problem, and the bottom you can see that add builder, where you can select the field, our case the configuration problem statement, and then configuration item, and you can select that other field called we do have one is the description. So you can select directly from here, and you can see by default it's automatically generating that your data, that JSON format. So let's say I'll say that SOAP message 1 2. Here I'll put the same one and then ABC. And if we send that, the data will be created. Simply OK, and the data will be created. You will be able to see the response in our here. Bottom, you can see this response is showing that the target record not found. Problem statement should be start with the SOAP. So problem statement we should be A should be capital, and then once we send that, it should be generate that. Now you can see it's created the problem successfully. Now if you think about that this endpoint you just need to share with your customer or any other third-party application, the way we did, you can directly click the CURL and it can be generate that endpoint for you, and there you can paste that method. Or else whatever method or whatever application they are using, based on that you can generate the code for them. If they are using JavaScript, they are using Python, based on their platform it can be generated. Even if they are using ServiceNow, this code can be generated for them, and you can pass this information to your customer. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the day 8 in the integration training. In this session, we'll understand that scripted SOAP integration. So if I go back to my documentation under this web service integration, in this documentation, we'll basically talk about that scripted web services integration, which is the SOAP. So basically, scripted web services integration have SOAP and REST, two method. The most used method is the complex method is the scripted web service REST, and similarly scripted web service SOAP. These are the methods which is very most common uses. And for complex validation or complex regulation, complex data validation, all those cases we use the scripted web services, either SOAP or the REST. So today, basically, we'll understand that scripted web services SOAP using this method, how can we get the data, and then how can we create the data. Let's see, understand that first scenario 1. So in this scenario 1, we need a group informations along with that group members and associated role attached to that group. So basically in this service now, if I go back to this group table, so if I go back to the CS user group table, and let's take an example of the cab approval. This is the one of the group name. Once somebody pass this group name, I want to return this group details like name, manager, description, group email, parent, along with that group role, and then group members that are associated with this group. So all these stuffs will return that as somebody passed this group name. So how we can achieve this functionality using scripted web services integration, that we'll discuss today. So without wasting time, let's get started. So very first thing is that I'm going to configure a little bit on this group. So first I'll set this group manager here and say here I will set that cap app@gmail.com. Might be group informations, and I'll save that. So this is the group information. Apart from that, I will add two role inside this cab approval role maybe. So I'll search with the cab, is anything role related to the cab. I'll add that, and along with that I will add this change this role, this all are role. I'll add that in this group. Now if using the simple scripted SOAP, it is not. So now Now using this simple scripted or using the simple import set, it was quite impossible, or it was very much become be more complex. For that, we are going to build a scripted SOAP. Using that, how we can get this information, let's understand one by one. Very first thing is that if we type the web services, under these web services, you will be able to see that scripted web services have that scripted SOAP services. In this scripted SOAP services, we are going to create a SOAP message here. So very first thing is that this scripted SOAP is, or this scripted web service is used for the complex item. So we are going to create a new catalog item or new scripted web services. Under the scripted web services, you need to be provide that name of the scripted web services. Let's say that I'll say that get group information. So this might be my scripted web services name. And what is the difference between scripted web services is that previously we created a staging table. From the staging table, we are able to transforming the data from our scripted web, from our staging table to the target table. In this case, there is no staging table. It's a directly web services. Now we just have to be, if you want to put that short description, we can put that. So API will return group information. We'll create that and simply save that. So once we save that, so this scripted web services is created based on this name. The whistle is generated. Now once you scroll down, you have a two things. One is the input parameter, another is the output. So let's say in this input parameter, what are the parameter I am going to pass that. So let's assume that as in input parameter, I will pass as a group name. So I'll say that group name. So this might be my parameter 1. So once somebody pass this group name, I will work on this based on this group. Now it can be easy, it can be combined, like it can be a input parameter can be 2-3 parameter. That's also no, I mean that can be also done. Now in the output parameter, what we will pass that, we will say that first parameter for output parameter is the group info, and the order will be 100, and maybe I will update that group name. Next parameter at the 200 level, I will say that group manager, and then third parameter or third output parameter will be called you say that group email, and then we will say that role, and I will put that role equal to 300, $400, something like that. So on 100 group name, on 200 it's a group manager, on that 300 it should be, this should be 400, and here it should be 300. Okay, and then let's say that I will say the users at 500. And at the 600 I will say the results. So very first thing, understand one more time that we created a scripted web services. In this scripted web services, we put the scripted web services name, which is called get group info, and this name is automatically populated here as an endpoint, and this is our ServiceNow instance name.
and after that we have input parameter and output parameter. So once somebody put this input parameter called group name, the we will return the output, and these are the output parameter called group name, group manager, group email, role, users, and results. So these are the parameter we are going to pass as part of this integration. So let's first copy this one. I'll copy this one and then put in my SOAP UI and see. Let's see what is happening. So this is my SOAP UI. What I will do, I will just create here SOAP, and here I'll put the WSDL. Once we put that, the automatically project name came. I need to put that username and password. So click OK. And here I need to put the username password for this API. So I'll put that. Once we put this username, password, credential, and click OK, you can see under this ServiceNow SOAP, there is a one method called execute. So let's see, or let's understand what is the difference between that import set API and this get group info. So if you see, this is the import set API that we created, and this is the scripted that we have just now created. Both name are pretty much same. Once you open that, there are many methods are available inside that. But in our case, this is the only one method, is the execute method. So basically using this import set method, if we don't want to pass them that delete method, by default they will get the delete method. By default they will get that get records, insert record, update, or update multiple records. So we don't have direct control on that. But if we give them that scripted rest, I do have direct control on that, that what I am going to do that. So if they want to delete that, they won't be able to delete that using this execute method. I will tell them that what they are going to do that. So using this execute method or using this scripted one, they can only be get this information. They cannot do anything, like they cannot delete anything, or they cannot create something. They can only using this method, they can only get some information. So I will put this after this I will put this username password again in this bottom. So here we do have username and password options. Under this request, I'll put this credential again. Now if we double click here, you will be able to see that that input that we have declared in our scripted SOAP. So if I go back to that ServiceNow instance, you can see this, the function name by default was execute. That's the reason the method name was created as a execute, and inside that we have a group name which is asking for, which is nothing but the input parameter that we have created here. So this is the input parameter that we have created, and this is the only one parameter that is asking in our SOAP message. Now let's say in this group we'll write the code. First thing first is that we have to receive that input that they are passing from this third party. So what I will do, that I will say that grp equal to request dot, then input parameter name I have to put that. So our case the input parameter name is the group name, so I will say that. So if I do that group grp equal to request dot group name, I will receive the group name. Now what I'll do, I'll query to that sys user group table. So let's say that where gr equal to new glide record, and here I will query to the sys user group table. And then what I'll do, I will say that if gr.get, and then here I will pass the name, and in comma I will pass the grp. So if the group is found, I will do something else. What I'll do, I will say else response dot, here I will say that output parameter, we do have output parameter called result. I will say that the group
not found. So I'll say that the group, then I will say GRP, and here not found in ServiceNow, and save that. So first thing first is that if the SOAP message pass some group name which is not present to this our case or our system, we will pass that this result equal to group not found. And if we found this group name, what we will say that I will say the group is present to the ServiceNow. Group is found in ServiceNow. So this way we just write our first code and let's save that. And I will go back to the sys user group table first. And then I will open that updated one is the cab approval. This is the group name that we have, we are going to test that. So if I pass this group name as part of this one and search here, let's see what response we are getting. So once we get that, you can see that the group cab approval is found in ServiceNow. We are getting this response. But let's say if I am passing this one as a 1, we can see that what response we are getting. If I see that, you can see that the group cab approval is not found in ServiceNow. In this way, we can actually write the code and validate whatever we are expecting. Now next requirement is our case is that we need to pass this role, we need to pass these groups, and we need to pass the manager and group email. These are the information we are going to be passed. So what we'll do here, we will do one by one. So let's say that group name I will pass. So let's say response dot group name equal to grp dot name. This will be the group name. Again, response dot we have called group manager. So this group manager name needs to be passed here. So I'll say that grp dot here we have a manager. So we will still check that manager dot name, and after that we have a response dot, we do have the group email, so we'll pass this group email also. So here we'll say that grp dot group email, which is nothing but this one. So email will pass. So in this way we are going to be pass right now the 4 parameter. So group name, manager, email, and result. So let's see that. So total we created the 6 parameter. After that we'll pass this role and user. So I will go back here, and then if we pass this cab approval now, we should be able to get this group information right now. So if I go back to the XML, you can see we are getting the group name, group manager, group email, all are undefined. Why? Let's go back to this script here. So we are supposed to do the gr dot, not grp. So we'll just put the gr and save that one more time and hit to that API. Once we do that, we can see that we are getting all these details called group name, group manager, group email, and then result. Along with that, we should get the user and the role that is associated with this group. So if you go back to that here, we have the roles. 3 roles is attached with this group, and then 7 member we have in this group. So how can we pass this information? For that, what I'll do, I will write here the some code. So let's say that I'll say the response dot we have a users. So this is the method user, and here I will say that get users, and here I'll pass this gr dot sys id. Okay, and this is the get user is nothing but I am going to declare a function here. So I'll say that function get user, and here I'll say the gr id, and here I am going to write some code. What code I have to write? So in this, to get these users, what I have to do, I have to go back to this here, and I have to query to the gr member table. So what I'll do, I will write a code called var gr member equal to new glide record. On this new glide record, I'm going to query to this table, and then grm dot add query, and first the query I will do that, this is the query I am going to do that. So group, and here I will see the gr id. So this is basic table level query. So I'm going to query this table, and then I'll do a while loop because there will be multiple users. So in while loop, and inside that I am going to add the user one by one. So I will declare that var users as a string, and inside this string what I'll do, I will concatenate that. So users equal to users plus comma and then plus grm dot, I need to fill this I need to get this users dot name. So basically if I open that, the field name is that user. So what I'll do, grm dot user dot name, I will do that. So this way I will collect this, complete all this username, and finally after this one I will return these users. So basically in these steps it will call to this function called get users with the sysid, and then what I will do here, I will query to this sysuser gr member table and get all these user one by one and return to this user. So let's save that here, and if we go back to the SOAP message right now and hit that send and click the XML, we can see all this username right now we are getting one by one in a comma separated value. So these all are the username that we are getting comma separated value. Now what we'll do, apart from that, we need one more information called roles. So let's say that I will say that response dot role. In this role, what we'll do, this is the parameter called role. In this parameter, we will say, we'll also call another function called get roles. And here also we are going to query to this we are going to pass that gr.sysid, and I'm going to declare one more function called functions, and here I will say the get roles and grid, and here I am going to query to this table. So this is the table sys user has role table. So I'm going to query this table. So where grr role equal to new glide record, and I am going to basically query to this sys user has table. So gr dot role dot add query, and here I will say that the group copy query and save that group equal to nothing but the grid, and after that I will say the grrl equal to query, and then I will say the while and grrl dot next. In this case again we are also going to be passed that multiple roles. So I'll say that var role is equal to blank string, and here roles equal to roles plus comma, and here grrl dot, the field name of this one is the role, So I will say that role dot name. So I will say role dot name will be that case, and then finally after that I'll return that roles function, I mean roles variables here. Now in this case we'll create all these roles and the username. So let's try again. So if I hit that, so we should be able to get the roles also. And right now you can see that the roles that is associated with these groups also showing, we are able to showing. Only one thing you can notice that there is a coming extra comma for each and every cases. For that we can also override that, or we can overcome that. For that what we have to do, we have to put a if block. So roles, if this is the there, so we'll do this case, else I will pass this roles equal to gr dot this one. So this is a simple javascript function, so that we should, so we are checking that if there is any value inside the roles. So in that case what we are doing, we are adding some roles plus adding concatenation of comma and then adding the roles. If there is no role, then we are just adding that without any concatenation. Similarly for the user, if I say that if users is there, then we will do this concatenation. So if there is any already value inside in the user, so we'll do that. Otherwise we'll just say that the users equal to grm this one. So these all are basic javascript and that glide record. I will do a format the code and save that. Once I save and just now hit to enter, and I should be able to I am able to successfully remove that extra comma that was coming in front of this API. So this way, if we somewhat in this way we can send the data, we can get the data from the ServiceNow, and the pupils or the to whom I'm going to give this API, they won't be able to do anything extra, like they won't be able to do any query or any kind of such kind of things. The full control is in my side because I am writing the code, and whatever code I will write inside that, each and everything will be happen. So they won't be able to make, or they don't have direct control on these ones. So this is fully controlled by ourselves. So this is the one of the use case I just give you that for these scripted web services. I do have another use cases. In this use cases, you can see I'm going to paste this complete code whichever I built for this scenario one. We do have also that for the scenario two. What say that we need to create an incident so that impact and urgency cannot be selected as a high. Only deploy CI can be selected as part of this CI, and the category and subcategory should be dependent value for that. In our next sessions, we'll build this scenario 2, where we will discuss that how we can create a scripted SOAP message, and using this scripted SOAP message, how we can create a incident with this scenario called impact and urgency cannot be high. Only deploy CI can be passed as a CI. Category and subcategory should be dependency. This scenario we are going to achieve through that scripted SOAP. So this will be your task. If you can, you just try. Otherwise, I will achieve this functionality in our next class. That's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and this is the 9 sessions of the integration class. In these 9 sessions, in past sessions, I give you the scenario 1, where I built a scripted SOAP message. Using the scripted SOAP message, how I can get the group information, group members informations, and then associated role and attach group information. So everything we get from our last sessions. And I also give you one scenario that I am going to build a one API for creation. So this one for the getting the data from this using this scripted SOAP message. I am going to create another SOAP message scripted SOAP where I am going to create an incident. An incident in this case, incident impact and urgency cannot be high. So in this case, impact and urgency cannot be high. If the past impact is high or the urgency is high, we will not be accept. Secondly, I said that only deploy CI can be selected, and then category and subcategory should be dependent with each other. Let's see first what we are going to do in this using this SOAP message. I am going to create an incident basically. So what I'll do, I will create an incident here, and this incident they will pass the few fields. One is the caller, configuration item, short description. So these are the caller, configuration item, short description. These three will be mandatory. Description will be optional. Impact and urgency will be optional. If they are not passing the impact and urgency, the default value will be 3. And again, this impact and urgency default value will be 3, and if they pass that impact and urgency, they should not pass impact or urgency as a high. And then CI that they are going to pass, that CI should not be the CI they are going to pass, that should be the CI should be deploy CI. And then category and subcategory, this should be also optional. If they are passing category and then subcategory, then this should be the dependent. So let's get started without wasting time. So very first thing is that what we'll do, we will go to this our web services module. So we'll type that web services. Under this web services, what we'll do, we'll open the scripted SOAP services, and here the way we created the last time called get group information. So I am going to create one more call, create call incident info or incident record, and under this the function name I am going to build that called create. So this might be my function name, and I will save that. So this is my WSDL, and this is the function name called create. Now in this case, we need couple of input parameter. The first parameter we need that caller, so I will say the caller ID. So caller ID. So this might be my first parameter at that 100 order. Second parameter, we need the category and subcategory. So I am going to create one by one. So first we created the caller ID. Second input parameter we are going to build, that is called category. And then order equal to 200. I'll save that. Third parameter, I need that call subcategory. And this will be 300. The fourth parameter is needed called CI. As order equal to 400. Fifth parameter is the short description. At order 500. And then sixth parameter, we are going to accept the description.
And then 7 parameter, we are going to accept the impact and urgency, these two, one by one. So all these input parameter is declared. Now what we'll do, as a response parameter, we will pass three things. First is the number, if that incident got created. Second thing, we are going to pass the sysID. And third thing, I want to pass as a result. So these three parameter, we are going to build that. So input parameter is 8 and then output parameter is 3. So this is our endpoint. So I will copy this endpoint and go back to our SOAP message, and we'll click the SOAP. Here I'll put this name and click OK. I'll put the credential and click OK. Once we click OK, you can see that there is a create method which is created. Nothing but this name is coming from our declaration of this here, this function name, which is create, that I have declared. Because of that, that is coming. I'll go back there. Under this SOAP, you can see that under this function we have a request, and in this request you can see these are the fields which is right now showing. So I will scroll down and then put the username password here. Now I will start coding in my scripted SOAP. So let's start coding in our scripted SOAP. First thing first, there are a couple of things we are getting mandatory. So we'll validate first mandatory and then we'll come back to that. So in this code, very first thing is that we should validate that mandatory parameter they are passing or not. So first function, I am going to create that function mandatory validation, something like that. So this function I am going to call, and in this function what I am going to check that if here so let's say caller, right? So our case is the caller is nothing but this is the caller ID. So let's say somebody request dot caller ID is there, it means that the value is true, else it will return that I'll say that caller ID cannot be blank, something like that. If the caller found, so we'll say that request dot next parameter we do have call CI. So CI is there or not. If it is there, that's fine, else we'll say that return CI cannot be blank. Next parameter, we do have mandatory parameter called short description. So let's say that if request dot short description is there, fine, else we'll say that return short description cannot be blank. So this validation I am going to do, very first thing is that if all this mandatory validation or all this value is passed, we'll just simply return true.
Okay, so this is our first validation, and here what we'll do, we'll call these functions first. So where v1, and we will call this function first time. So if v1 equal to true, we'll do the further, else whatever response we are getting, we'll say the response dot result. So we have that result parameter. We'll say the response dot result equal to v1. Okay, so this might be our first case. So let's save that and try to explore our case. So let's say I'm going to create a incident, and I'm not going to, in this incident, what I will do, I will going to pass this caller name called my name Rohit Kumar. Let's first check that. So if somebody pass this caller ID equal to Rohit Kumar, and then somebody don't pass this CI name, and somebody don't pass after this caller what we have validation, short description. So we'll pass this short description called um, incident from so. So this might be our short description. So let's hit that endpoint and see that we are getting our expected behavior or not. So right now we can see CI cannot be blank. So that first validation, it is taking that CI cannot be blank. Now if I remove this caller ID, and let's say I will remove that caller ID from here and hit, let's see, we are getting that that caller ID cannot be blank. So the validation is in place. So we will say that uh, it's working fine. Now the second thing is that once somebody pass this, CI, let's say I will pass this ABC CI, and then we don't pass this short description, what happened to this case? So CI short description validation is going to pass or not. So if I pass this, you can see it's showing that the short description cannot be blank. So it is also working. Now, if we pass the short description and CI and then caller ID and hit enter, this CI is not a valid. So we have to validate that the CI is correct and the CI is in deploy state. So these things we have to validate. So right now you can see if I pass that, nothing is going to happen. So we have to do a one more validation call. Once the CI, we got the CI, that CI has to be, this CI has to be validated in a proper way. So what I'll do, I will query to that grci equal to new glide record, and inside that I will check that cmdb underscore ci, and then I will say that grci dot add query, and here I will query to the cmdb ci table. And here let's assume that I am going to pass one of these CI. So let's update it, take the updated one. So let's say this CI name, somebody passed that. So if I show match, copy query, so the field name is the name. So I will check the name, comma, this is the name or not. And then I want to pick only deployed CI. So what I'll do, I'll say that operational status is operational or not. So this kind of CI I am going to build that. So we have a field called operational status. So if the operational status deployed, those kind of CI they should pass. If it is not deployed, we should not accept that. So this is the validation, we should put that. So I will copy query, and then here I will say that operational status should be 1. So here I will say that operational status should be 1, and grci dot query if grci dot next, if these things find out,
So we will go for further validation, else we will return some message. So let's format one more time. So here, once we get the CI name, so we are going to check that CMDB CI table, with this name, and operational status is 1. If the CI is found, so we are checking further validation call short descriptions, else we are returning call CI may be not found or not in operational. So this validation we have placed here. So let's do the format the code. The validation is done. Now if I go back to here, and then if we pass any name in the ABC and hit that enter, and I think let's see that is there any CI name called ABC in my system. So if I search with that ABC, there is a CI called ABC which is operational. That's the reason I am not getting this error. So I will change this CI to status operational to non-operational, and if I now send that, I should get an error. So you can see I'm getting a result called CI may not be found or not in operational. So these things are right now working. The next thing is that once we get this validation, this caller configuration item short description, as I mentioned that impact and urgency cannot be done. Impact and urgency cannot be one. So what we'll do one more validation here. So if short description is found, we will check that if call request dot it's a optional field. So we will say that impact, if somebody passing the impact and request dot impact equal to 1. So let's say we'll say else. So we will return as that impact cannot be 1. Similarly, in else block, we will just copy this port here in this else block, and here what we'll do, we will return true. So we will say that urgency, and here we'll say that urgency. So if you are passing the impact and urgency and both, this value is 1, so we will say that you cannot pass impact and urgency equal to 1. Okay, so fine, let's save that and see in our postman. So let's say in this first we pass this impact equal to 1 and urgency equal to 2 and search what will be happen. So first of all, that CI is not found, so we need to be update that CI status. So let's say operational status non-operational to I will mark that operational, and if we search with this CI status, we should be able to get this error. So impact cannot be 1, so we will say that 2, and once we change that urgency equal to 1, and we should be again get that error for urgency. So you can say the urgency cannot be 1. So we will pass this impact and urgency. If we are not passing that urgency, we will not get any error. So we are not passing any error. So we are not passing any value, so we are not getting any error. So we'll pass impact and urgency for the timing. After that, what we'll do in this case, we do all this validation. Now I am going to insert this record to this table. For that, what we have to do, we are going to pass this value called var grinc
equal to new glide record. And whatever validation, if you want to take care, you can put one by one all this validation inside that. So I am not going to deep dive all this. So I just show you that how we can do the validation. Now here we are going to put the mandatory fields called grinc dot caller underscore id. That is one mandatory field. Second mandatory field is a grinc dot short description is the mandatory field. And third mandatory fields we have called cmdb ci. So these three things we are going to map here. So we'll say that request dot, here we do have the caller underscore id. So we'll paste that. Next we have the short description. So we will copy that short description here. And then third we have cmdb ci, which is nothing but ci. We'll copy that and paste here. Now after that we do have optional field called, let's say, we do have impact and urgency. So let's put that. So if request dot impact we do have, then we will say that grinc dot impact equal to request dot impact. Similarly, if request dot urgency, then we will say the grinc dot urgency equal to this one. So this way we are going to set that impact and urgency if they are passing. After that, what we'll do, we will insert that. So insert, and then I will so after that what we'll say that response dot result equal to incident created, something like that. I am going to pass that, and then in the number and sysid I will pass these two information. So let's say that result response dot sys underscore id equal to grinc dot sys underscore id, and response dot number equal to grinc dot number. So this information we are going to pass. So let's save that and go back to the SOAP UI. So we push or we pass all this information, and let's run that. Once we pass that, you can see that incident is created, and this is the incident number we are getting right now. If we search with this incident number, I should be able to get that incident. So if you don't pass any of this, so you can see this information is passed, but here CI did not populate it. So why? Let's see, cmdb ci equal to CI. So this is not passed. You can see this value, because I am getting that request.ci is the CI name. So what I have to do, that I have to do a additional thing called where grci1 equal to new glide record, and cmdb underscore ci table, and then grci1 dot get. Here I should say the name equal to this one, and now I should pass this sysid instead of this value. So I'll say that sys underscore id. All right, now let's send back again once more time. We are going to send that with this name and I am getting that incident is INC0018. Let's search with that incident and you can see this CI is right now getting populated, and then impact and urgency it's getting populated one and one. Caller, this short description, everything is getting populated. Only thing we have not done in this class called category and subcategory. If you guys can do that, it will take additional more time, so you probably try yourself to set the category and subcategory. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the 10 sessions of the integration training. In this 10 sessions, we'll talk about that scripted REST, what is the scripted REST and what is the difference between scripted REST and scripted SOAP, and how we can implement the similar functionality through the scripted REST. So without wasting time, let's get started. So basically, scripted REST and scripted SOAP both are the different terminology. Scripted SOAP is a protocol and the REST is a method. So previous video we created a scripted SOAP. Using the scripted SOAP, we are able to get the information of that particular groups, and also we are able to create some of the details. So now today we do the similar functionality through the scripted REST. So if I go back to the scripted SOAP, whatever we have created, so if I go back to the scripted SOAP and if I open the scripted SOAP, so we have done two API. One is the get group information, another is the incident record. So get group information help us to get the group information, and in the incident record, if I open one by one, so this get group information help us to get the group information. We are just receiving the group name, and based on the group name, we are passing some of the information. Similarly, here in this case, for the creation of this one, we are checking multiple variables, multiple values, and finally we are able to create these incident record through the scripted web services. The similar functionality we are going to do one by one in the today's class using the REST method. So very first thing is that to similarly scripted web services, to create the REST message, we have to type the scripted REST message. Once you go to the scripted REST API, there are out-of-box API which is available by default. I am going to create our own API. So click new. Once you click new, you will be able to see the a new view, and in this view right side you can see the API namespace. This is nothing but your company name. So if you're working for ABC company, the API namespace will be that company name called ABC, something like that. And this is the read only, you can't change this one. So this is coming from your company name. Next thing is the name, and then API ID. So here we need to provide the name. Based on the name, API ID will be pre-populated, and definitely name matters, because in the name your API will URL endpoint will be have this name. So let's say I am going to say that integration training, REST integration training. Once I go back here, you can see that API ID is automatically generated based on this name that I have provided. I'll put a space, and now you can see each and every space they are taking as an underscore. So make it small as much as possible. If you want to make this API ID, you can change that and simply save the record. Once you save the record, there will be a couple of variable. You can see the base API path. This field is available, and this field is nothing but this is your endpoint. So whenever you are going to hit, or this any third party is going to hit, they will take this instance name / this your endpoint. So I will copy this one. This is my environment,
And apart from that, this is my base API. I'll copy that and paste here. So this will be my endpoint. If I hit that, this is my endpoint which is right now created. And using this endpoint, we are going to do, or we are going to perform certain actions. Now, if I go back, here we have a security. By default, whatever security ACL is there, it's there. If you want to customize, you can go ahead and customize that. Now we have a content negotiation. In this content negotiations, we have two type of things. One is the default supported request format and default supported response format. It means that when I am receiving the data, what will be the format, and when I am responding to the server or to third party, what should be our uh, response format. If you want to override with this XML or JSON to some text file or any other file, you can just click the override and you need to define that override format here. This is the basic stuff. Now in the documentation, if you want to put some documentation link, some short description kind of things, you can do that. So that's it. Let's save that. So this is the first the method that, or the scripted REST you have created. Now once we scroll down, we have a resources. Under these resources, we have to define our own resource. The first resource is called get group information, that resource that we have created for SOAP. I'm going to copy the same name and I'm going to create a resource name here. And here you can define the resource name. Now in this resource name, by default it's populated with the get method. You can change to the get to post, put, patch, delete, any of this method. By default it's get method. So whenever we are dealing with the ServiceNow scripted REST, we are dealing with the REST method. We have these are the method you already discussed. One is the get, post, push, put, patch. So let's say our case, they are asking some information from us and we are responding based on them. So in that case, let it be the method is the get, and save that. Here in the script part, we are going to write the script. So I am just setting that. Now on the top, you can see the resource path is generated. Now if I scroll down, under this bottom also we have that security required authentication or not, required ACL required or not, content negotiation part, documentation part. It's pretty much the similar kind of things that is present to the REST scripted REST message over this parent. Now we have two things. One is the request header association and query parameter association. So these two are similar to this. If you go back to the scripted, so here we have the input parameter. So similarly, it's kind of parameter that we have to define. So we have a query parameter, we have a header parameter. Query parameter is something used to get the query. So we are going to create a query parameter. So whenever somebody hit your endpoint, if they want to pass as a query, so you need to define as a query. If they want to pass as a header, you need to pass as a header association. Now I'm going to create a query parameter here, click new. And in this query parameter, you can see it's a reference fields. I need to click here, API query parameter. And I need to create a new query parameter. Here I need to put the name and then API definition and then example value. So I'll copy this query parameter called group name. Here I'll pass this query parameter is group name, and here in this API definition we need to put that scripted scripted REST name. So we are going to put the REST integration training. And now this is the short description, this is the example value. We can just ignore that and save that. And once it is done, we just have to resubmit that. So now our query parameter is set, and this is the query parameter we are getting that. Now here, if you see, we are receiving this value. I am just going to do one thing. I'll copy this whole code from here, from this part to this part, till this part, and paste here in our newly created scripted SOAP. Now one thing we have to do here, we are previously receiving the request.group name. By that we are receiving we are receiving that group name. So what we have to do here in this case, instead of this one, what we have to do here, you just need to be remove that and then put request dot. Here we can see that we have a call query parameter. We just need to push this query parameter, and then we need to put this query parameter name. So what is the query parameter name that we have created called group name? This parameter name we just need to be passed that, so that we are receiving the query parameter that they are passing. Okay, and then you can see like the scripted web services we do. If you see this output parameter, there was an output parameter, but in this case here we don't have any output parameter. For that, what we have to do here, what we can do, we need to define a you can see this is the response that we are sending. So what we have to do, we need to declare a JSON called say var JSON, and in this JSON we need to set all these response. So what we'll do, response like this one JSON, we need to replace this one. So basically what we did, we have declared a variable called JSON, and inside the JSON whatever response we are trying to send, that will do that. And then what we'll do here in this last line, we'll say that response dot set body, and here we will set this actual body that we are receiving. Okay, and you can see if we can define the response code based on our criteria. So let's say that here we will say the response dot set status code equal to 200 here if we want, and here we can say that 400, something like that. Set status, and here we can say that 400, something like that, or 405, something like that we can define. Now let's test this functionality with our Postman tool. So we'll do a quick test. For that, what I'll do here, I will, if you see here, we have a call explore REST API. You can directly click here. Using that, you don't need to try your REST API Explorer. You can try yourself from this ServiceNow itself only. Now in this case, you can see by default it's generated one query parameter, that is group name. We just need to be pass the group name to see all these informations are that whatever we are expecting is passing or not. For that, I'll go back to this CC user group table. Under the CC user group table, we have a cab approval. So if I open this cab approval, you can see that we have a roles, group member, all these stuffs. So I'll copy this name and pass to our this testing tools, which is called REST API Explorer. We'll pass this group name without any space. Make sure that there should not be any space, and click the send. Once we click the send, we should be able to get the response. So you can see by default we are getting that the group cab approval is not found in the ServiceNow. That's something we are getting. So probably we need to put toString. Sometime what happens due to this toString, it did not work. So let's put this toString and let's try. So if we try it, and we got the success 200, and you can see whatever data we are expecting, we are getting the data called group name, group manager, group email, result, user, role, all this value we are getting as per expected. Now if we change this name to something called to group approval 1, and if we send run, we can see this group cab approval is not found into ServiceNow. So this way you can use this in your method, and you can use that using this ServiceNow. You can create the scripted REST, and using the scripted REST you can perform certain actions. So let me do one thing. These things I am going to perform same thing in our Postman. So what I'll do, I'll open the Postman. I just open my Postman, and what I will do, I will copy this endpoint here. So I'll just copy this endpoint and go back to this Postman and paste this. The method will be remain same as a get. If you go back to the parameter, you can see this is the parameter we are passing here. And then authorization, we should select the basic authentication, and then we are setting this user and click send. Once we send that, we can see this response that we are receiving from the service now. So this way we can get some information. We can put our custom code to our service now using scripted REST, and we can get these informations. So this thing is done. To getting the data is done, kind of thing is done. It means that our first purpose to get the data is done. The next method we are going to talk about that how we can create a record using that scripted REST. So for what we can do here in this functions or in this REST method right now, you can see previously in our SOAP message we can only create one operation with the same name. So if you go back to this get group information, you have a function name called execute, but you can't create more function inside this one scripted SOAP. But in the REST, we do have capacity that we can create multiple resource inside this one method. So first method is the get method. Another method we can create that create the incident. So we put based on that incident record. So I'm going to copy this same name and paste here. And this time that we are going to create that something. In that case, we should put that method equal to post. And once we put the method, remain are as it is like the get. We need to paste the code that is present for the SOAP message. So I'm going to copy and paste whole body. So I'll copy from here and paste to our code here. Now certain thing we have to keep in mind that previously we are getting that if you see here in this incident record, the SOAP method, we have an input parameter and we have an output parameter. So if you are passing for posting the data or posting the data previously for getting the data or to get one of the information like group name, we use that in the get method, we use the query parameter. But in this case, we are not going to use the query parameter. Query parameter used to query something, but in this case, we are posting something. So what we'll do, we'll take as a JSON format from the system and we'll process that. For that, what we'll do, I'll say that var data, and then here we'll say the response dot body. So we'll say that we should say that request dot body dot data. So we need to do the request dot body dot data. So once we do the request dot body dot data, whatever JSON you are going to pass in your in this case for the creation of the incident, it will be received all this complete JSON. And now instead of the request, we are going to replace with the caller ID. We are going to replace everywhere where this method is mentioned as a request. So I will change that request. So here we are getting the request.body.data, and then this request will be changed as a data. So data will have a complete JSON, and inside the JSON we are going to fetch the short description. We are going to fetch the CI. We are going to fetch the impact. We are going to set that urgency, something like that. We are going to do all this case here. Here similar thing we have to do. All these places wherever we do have. Okay, so every places we have replaced that wherever we are using the directly request dot that field name, instead of that we have to use the data dot something like that. Now next thing is that we are sending some response. Previously for the response parameter, what we do have, we have result number and CSAT. These are the response parameter we used to have. So similar parameter, we can't create that output parameter here. For that, we can say that var output JSON, something like that. And in this JSON, we are going to define that JSON that we are responding previously. For that, what we will have to do, we just search with the response, wherever the response is there. So in this case, if the successfully incident created, we are passing that response.result, response.cside, response.number, and otherwise we are passing the response equal to v1. So this thing we will replace like here. And then after that, what I'll do, response.set body, and then we'll paste this one. So in that case, we'll pass that. Let's save our this method. So in this method, using this method, we are going to create the incident using our REST method. Previously we did for the SOAP method. So this is our REST method. And if I click explore REST API, you can see that it will be open directly ServiceNow in-house testing tools, which is the REST API Explorer. Here you can see we do have add field where we can add the field. So our field name are, let's copy from here. What are the input parameter? One is the short description. Let's say what are the input parameter we are using in our code. So if I search with the data, so we are using the caller ID. So I'm going to use the caller ID, and the next parameter we are going to use that CI. Next parameter we are going to use that impact. Now all these parameters are set. We need to be passed this information. So let's go back to this incident and put all this information as much as possible. So I'll go back to this incident table now, and let's say that this is the SOAP message, or this is the SOAP from the SOAP it was getting created. So we will say that my name as a caller, CI name is, this is the CI ABC. We'll pass this ABC, and then impact is 1 and urgency is 2 or something like that, 2. So these are the information. Along with that, we should have passed the short description. We used to have this uh, this one. So I'll copy and paste the short description, and here the value will be created from REST API. Okay, and let's, if we try to send the data, so we are going to try to send the data. Once we try the data, we can see this incident got created. We got the 200 and incident got created. Let's go back to the incident table and see that incident is getting created or not. So you can see this incident got created and created from REST API, and then all this information are populated properly. So we can validate that one. So you can see all this information are populated properly. The CI name, impact, urgency, the caller, everything is populated properly. And let's not pass this short description and then try to send that and check that the validation is also working or not. So if I send that, we can say that the response or result we are getting, that short description cannot be banned. So this error message we are getting, but error code, the status code is not changed. We can do that here. We can define that called response dot set error or something like set. We can do status code, and here we can define that 405, something like that, and save that. So whenever the response or whenever we are getting the wrong thing, we pass that 405 method. So let's send that, and now we are getting 405 because the short description is not there. So this way you can do two things, but one thing I just want to show you that. So let's try from the Postman. So I'll copy this endpoint now, go back and change here, and then method will be post, and then body I'll say the raw, and then change to that JSON, and here I will paste the JSON that I'm passing. So this is the JSON I am passing. So I will copy this JSON and paste here. Along with that, I need to pass the short description. This parameter is missing, so I will copy this short description here, and then say that created from REST 2. Now if we try to send from there, and the authentication will be basic, and if we send that, we can see we got a response called incident created. And if we go back to the body and remove this short description and send that, we should get an error with the 405. So this is the 405 method we got, and then the error we are getting. Notice one thing properly or closely. If you see this endpoint called API slash company name and then REST integration. And here we got similar kind of REST integration, similar kind of nothing difference. Only this part is difference because this is the query parameter. It doesn't matter. How the system know that this is for creating and this is for getting, because they are defining by this method get. So when you created this SOAP message or REST message, inside the REST message, whenever you are declaring the resource, whenever we are declaring the resource, we defining the get method, post method. Using this method system, it is get method and this is the post method. So using this method name only, system identify that which one or which resource I have to call that. Okay. In case you have similarly two get method, you can use the relative path. So if you create another, let's say that I am going to create that get incident, something like that. Okay, and if I save that, what will be happen? So once we save that, this get in incident, you can say that you cannot create another similar method, HTTP method without relative path. So you need to define that relative path. So get incident, something like that, and submit that. So in this method or in this scripted REST, you can't create with the similar name of similar resource with that similar kind of resource. So if I go back to this REST integration, you can't create one get method, one more get method without any relative path. So without relative path, you cannot create that get method because this get method already created. Because whenever these API will be executed, there will be one relative path. So this will be your another endpoint. Okay, so previously it was still this integration. Now you added this relative path because of that endpoint little bit lengthy. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I am Rohit and this is the day 12 for the integration training. In this integration training or in this class, we'll learn how we can do the integration between one ServiceNow environment to the another ServiceNow environment. So in last few days, we talk about that integration, what is the inbound integration, what is the outbound integration. We configure a little bit inbound integrations with SOAP REST, and then we discuss about that how we can configure the REST message for the outbound. So today will basically our main focus should be using the REST method, how we can integrate between one environment, ServiceNow environment to the another ServiceNow environment. So without wasting time, let's get started. So if you see, this is my environment, that ServiceNow environment where we are last few days we are talking about, we are building a lot of integrations, we are building inbound, outbound, all these stuffs here. Now this environment is the one of the environment and I have taken another environment. So if you see this, this is another environment. So what we are going to do, we are going to integrate between this environment and in this environment. These two are the different environment. So whenever some data will be created to this environment, we want to send this data to this environment. So our triggering point, let's say that triggering point or any data will be created to this environment, we are going to send some data. So triggering point is this environment. So that's called outbound integration or outbound REST message we are going to declare here. And then based on that, system will receive or the system will receive the data. So this will be our inbound integration. So these two things, understand correctly. So we have two environment. This is the one environment called 131384 and this is the another environment which is 105176. So we are going to integrate between these two environment. So first environment is this 13184. This environment, any data will be created, we are going to send this data to this environment. So for this one, this environment is our outbound. We need to configure the outbound REST message, and for this environment, we need to have inbound integration. So if you have little doubt till so far, I would suggest go and check my previous video, all these steps are defined there, that what is the inbound, what is outbound, how we can define that. After that we should come back to this video to understand that. And in this half of the work already done in our previous video. So we already created an inbound in this video. So I'll we are going to use those inbound to understand. So very first thing is that, let's say in this environment any data will be created, we are going to, we are going to send that data. Okay, now question is which data we are going to send. Let's assume that any incident which is be created into this environment, we are going to send this incident information to this environment. Okay, so that's clear. Okay, first thing first is that we in this environment where I am going to receive, I am going to build something. So this is my inbound. So what we have to do, we have to define a scripted REST here. In this scripted REST API, if I open that, we already created one REST message in the last class called REST integration training. In this REST message, what all method we have created, let's understand. So we created three method, you can see. One is the get incident, another is the post, which is nothing but incident record created, another is the get group information. So total we have three method. One is the get group information, another is the get incident, and this one is the incident record. Using that we can create a incident to our, using this endpoint we are able to create the incident to our endpoint through this postman or through the third party. Now we are going to use this endpoint, and using this endpoint we are going to create a incident to our this environment. So if you remember that, to test that, what are the things we needed? What are the things, or what are the parameter we needed? First thing, we needed the caller ID. We need the short description. We need the CI name, impact, urgency. These are the things we needed. And uh, if we get this information, we will be able to create the incident, right? So first what I'll do, I'll test that through the postman, that this integration or this scripted inbound REST is working fine or not. For that, I'll open the postman, and if I click explore REST API, once I click that, it will give me that endpoint details. So this is my endpoint. I'll copy that endpoint and paste to my, here first I'll put this endpoint. Here I will put the method is post. Here I'll change that basic authentication, and here I need to put username and password for this environment. So let's go back to the user table, CC user table that we have created. So my username password is set. Now in the body, I have to pass as a raw, and then JSON, I need to pass some of the information. So what all information I need to pass? So very first thing is that I need to pass this caller ID. So this will be one of these information, and this caller ID should be here. So I'll put these curly braces, caller ID, and colon. Here I need to pass the caller ID. Next, we need to pass the short description. So I'll copy that, and then in the colon, I'll paste short description, and here I need to pass the short description. Next, we have to pass the CI. So I'll copy that CI, and then comma, here I need to pass as a CI colon, and this is the CI name I'm going to pass. Next, impact. So I'm going to pass the impact here. So let's say that I'll pass that impact, and here I will pass the impact, and then last we need to pass the urgency. So these are the information we need to pass. So let's say that I'll pass that urgency also. These are the information we need to pass, and once we pass that, we should be able to create a actual incident record to this one of this environment. Like, so let's go back to the incident table and give some sample data and see we are able to create or not. So very first thing is that caller is the Rohit Kumar. I'm taking that my name as a caller ID. Here I'm just saying that paste from postman. So this might be one of these short description. Here CI, I need to pass the CI. So let's say we'll pick that one of the CI. So let's assume that I'm going to pass the CI equal to ABC. So let's pass that. Then impact 1 and then impact 2 and urgency 2. So these are the information we are going to pass, and then once we click the send button, it should create an incident. So here we are getting that not a valid JSON because we are pass the syntax is wrong type. So now let's send that again. And you can see that one incident is getting created to our environment. So this is our environment, and here you can see this incident right now created. So we tested successfully that our inbound is ready to use. We just need to be configured that outbound that we are going to use in our another environment. So this environment, I don't need to do anything. If you need to know that how I did that, go and watch my playlist. The video is already there, how I configured that inbound for the first step. The second step is that, so this is the another environment dev 13184. So what I have to do, whenever this incident will be created to this environment, I need to send this data to this environment, right? For that, what I'll do, I'll declare a REST message. As you know that if I create a REST message, that is REST message is used for that outbound. So I'm going to here REST message, and I'm going to create a REST message. In this REST message, I need to put that name. So I'll say that incident data send. Here I need to define, I can put anything as an endpoint or else I can leave as it is. So I'll say that I can put any endpoint. So let's say, let's assume that I am going to copy this endpoint and paste there. And then in the basic authentication, what I have to do, I have to click the basic. And once I select the basic, I need to click the basic profile and I need to create a basic profile. So let's say that ServiceNow, and then here username and password that I have to be put here. So I have put this username password. I have to just click the submit. Once I click the submit, this ServiceNow profile is set right now, and I just have to be submit that or save that. So this is the REST message. Once we created the REST message, we will generate a REST method by default, which is the get method, and all these parameter that we have set here will be automatically inherited to this child one. So if I open this child method, automatically the endpoint is inherited. We just need to change the post method, because if you see here, in this case we are doing the post, so I'm just changing that post method. Authentication inherited from parent, it means that whatever we have put into the REST message automatically use that method as inherited. Now in the request, we have to be pass that one value, which is, if I go back to the header, show header, and then here we have one thing called content type, and this is application/json. This header I need to be passed as per that header. So I'll copy this content type here as a header, and here I need to put that application/json. Now in this content, what we'll do, we will go to the body and copy that content here and then paste here. So this is my content that I am going to send to this from this environment to this environment. So these two environment, from this environment I'm going to send this data to this data. So for that, I'll just save that, and then this value is not a static value. Definitely we need to be you know generate that dynamic value. For that, what I'll do, I'll copy this key and replace with dollar and curly braces and paste here. So this is the way that we can generate that the thing. So these all are static value we are going to replace, and we are going to put some parameter, or you can say some name. Whatever value we put as a dollar curly braces, this value, if we click that auto generate in the top header, if we click auto generate variables, it will be automatically generate all these variables that we have created as part of this one. So you can see all these urgent impact, these value are automatically created from here. Now what we have to do, our REST message is defined here, so we'll have to click the preview scripted script uses. It will generate a script for me, so I just have to copy this script and use whenever I need it. I can run through the background script or wherever I need it. So I'll go back here and then I'll write that a business rule. So let's say that business rule and click new. So my condition is whenever the incident will be created, this incident information should be cascaded to this environment, from this environment to this environment. So for that, we have to define the trigger condition here, on which condition this script should be run, right? So very first thing is that our trigger condition we are going to define here through the business rule. It means that whenever the record will be created through the business rule, we'll run that code. So here I'll say that send incident information. So let's say this is my business rule name, and here I'll select that table name called incident. Now we have to select the advanced. If we select the advanced, then it will be open the script part where I can write the script. Now when it will be triggered, whenever the incident will be inserted, and then I'm not putting any condition at that moment. So whenever any incident will be created to this environment, I am going to run this business rule, and this business rule, what I will paste that code that I have get from the REST message. I'll just do a formatting, little format code, and unnecessary code I'll remove from here. I don't like to get the unnecessary code. Now here we need to be instead of this single quotes, we need to actual value, we need to be replaced, right? So we need to pass that current dot urgency, so that in this parameter we can pass actual value. So we'll pass that current dot urgency, current dot impact, like that, current dot cmdb underscore ci. These all are these all are our incident field. So caller underscore id. So we'll say that current dot caller underscore id. These all are so a value we are going to pass here. Current dot short description. So what I am going to do, I am going to collect this value and passing here as a parameter, and then whatever response I'll get, I will store into the current dot work notes. So once we send the data, let's say that once we send the data to these third party or another environment, they will send me a response, and that response I will store into the work notes. So this configuration is done right now. Everything is set it right now. It's time to test that our integration is working or not. So for that, what I'll do, I'll go back here and then I'll say that incident.list. So this is the one of the incident table, and here this is the another incident table. So these two environment. In this environment of 13184, if we create the incident, that incident should send to this 105176 environment. So let's try to see that it's working or not. So I'll say that I'll click new button here. And here I will select some information. Let's say that I'll select that Abel tutor as a user. Configuration item, I will select that, let's say, let's see what we have. Okay, and then short description, I will say that REST outbound testing. So, and then impact and urgency, these are by default low. So I think we are passing all these informations. Let's say urgency, impact, color, and short description. These all information we are doing. Now, once we submit that, our business rule will be run, our REST message will be triggered, and that data will be sent to this environment. And here, one incident will be created, and this incident number will be passed to this environment so that we can store into our work notes. So let's save that. Once we save that, you can see we uh, we sent the incident details, but we got a message that CI may be not found or not in operational status. So we send the data to this environment, but that CI, whatever CI we have selected, that is not in operational status. Let's see. So you can see that we are actually communicating between two environments. We are sending the data, and then that environment is responding that. So I'll do one thing. I'll copy this message and then create one more fresh incident, or you can say that fresh incident here. And here this time I'll select the configuration item is operational status is operational, some operational configuration item. And remember that this validation is doing to the third party. We are not doing anything. So that third party check that in their system, uh, this CI is not operational. Let's check that this CI is first operational or not in this environment. So this is my another environment. In this environment, is that operational status is operational for this CI or not? That is very important. So if we check that, this CI is the operational. So if we pass this CI, it should send a response. Now, one more thing, I forget that. So if you see here, this 13185, this is the CMDB CI, which is nothing but a uh, you know, CI, which is we passed as a previously we passed this CI name, right? So CMDB CI we passed that ABC. But if you see current.cmdb CI is returned, will return you in this incident table. Current.cmdb CI is nothing but this is the reference field which is returning the CSI. So for that, what we have to do, I have to just do a name so that it can send the actual name or display value. I just updated a little bit my business rule, and then once you click save that, this one three I mean this environment send a data, and you can see we got a response that incident created, which is nothing but 10024, which is not in this environment. Definitely this, once you created an incident in this environment, the another environment is the another one, this one. Here it will have one more incident which will be created. So you can see this incident number is returned me here. So this way we can communicate between two environment. If you have, I mean, you can see that I created an incident here in this 13184, and that incident is directly created to this another environment through the REST method. So this is how we can communicate between two environment. If you have any question, just let me know. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I am Rohit, and this is the day 12 for the integration training. In this integration training, or in this class, we'll learn how we can do the integration between one ServiceNow environment to the another ServiceNow environment. So in last few days, we talk about that integration, what is the inbound integration, what is the outbound integration. We configure a little bit inbound integrations with SOAP REST, and then we discuss about that how we can configure the REST message for the outbound. So today will basically our main focus should be using the REST method, how we can integrate between one environment, ServiceNow environment to the another ServiceNow environment. So without wasting time, let's get started. So if you see, this is my environment, that ServiceNow environment where we are last few days we are talking about, we are building a lot of integrations, we are building inbound, outbound, all these stuffs here. Now this environment is the one of the environment, and I have taken another environment. So if you see this, this is another environment. So what we are going to do, we are going to integrate between this environment and this environment. These two are the different environment. So whenever some data will be created to this environment, we want to send this data to this environment. So our triggering point, let's say that triggering point or any data will be created to this environment, we are going to send some data. So triggering point is this environment. So that's called outbound integration or outbound REST message we are going to declare here. And then based on that, system will receive or the system will receive the data. So this will be our inbound integration. So these two things, understand correctly. So we have two environment. This is the one environment called 131384, and this is the another environment which is 105176. So we are going to integrate between these two environment. So first environment is that this 13184. This environment, any data will be created. We are going to send this data to this environment. So for this one, this environment is our outbound. We need to configure the outbound REST message, and for this environment, we need to have inbound integration. So if you have little doubt till so far, I would suggest go and check my previous video. All these steps are defined there. That what is the inbound, what is outbound, how we can define that. After that, we should come back to this video to understand that. And in this half of the work already done in our previous video. So we already created an inbound in this video. So I'll we are going to use those inbound to understand. So very first thing is that, let's say in this environment any data will be created, we are going to we are going to send that data. Okay, now question is which data we are going to send. Let's assume that any incident which is be created into this environment, we are going to send this incident information to this environment. Okay, so that's clear. Okay, first thing first is that we in this environment where I am going to receive, I am going to build something. So this is my inbound. So what we have to do, we have to define a scripted REST here. In this scripted REST API, if I open that, we already created one REST message in the last class called REST integration training. In this REST message, what all method we have created, let's understand. So we created three method. You can see one is the get incident, another is the post, which is nothing but incident record created, another is the get group information. So total we have three method. One is the get group information, another is the get incident, and this one is the incident record. Using that, we can create a incident to our, using this endpoint, we are able to create the incident to our endpoint through this postman or through the third party. Now we are going to use this endpoint, and using this endpoint we are going to create a incident to our this environment. So if you remember that, to test that, what are the things we needed? What are the things or what are the parameter we needed? First thing, we needed the caller ID. We need the short description. We need the CI name, impact, urgency. These are the things we needed. And uh, if we get this information, we will be able to create the incident, right? So first what I'll do, I'll test that through the postman that this integration or this scripted inbound REST is working fine or not. For that, I'll open the postman, and if I click explore REST API, once I click that, it will give me that endpoint details. So this is my endpoint. I'll copy that endpoint and paste to my here. First I'll put this endpoint here. I will put the method is post. Here I'll change that basic authentication, and here I need to put username and password for these environment. So let's go back to the user table, CC user table that we have created. So my username password is set. Now in the body, I have to pass as a raw, and then JSON, I need to pass some of the information. So what all information I need to pass? So very first thing is that I need to pass this caller ID. So this will be one of these information, and this caller ID should be here. So I'll put these curly braces, caller ID, and colon. Here I need to pass the caller ID. Next, we need to pass the short description. So I'll copy that, and then in the colon, I'll paste short description, and here I need to pass the short description. Next, we have to pass the CI. So I'll copy that CI, and then comma, here I need to pass as a CI colon, and this is the CI name I'm going to pass. Next, impact. So I'm going to pass the impact here. So let's say that I'll pass that impact, and here I will pass the impact. And then last, we need to pass the urgency. So these are the information we need to be pass. So let's say that I'll pass that urgency also. These are the information we need to pass, and once we pass that, we should be able to create a actual incident record to this one of this environment. Like, so let's go back to the incident table and give some sample data and see we are able to create or not. So very first thing is that caller is the Rohit Kumar. I'm taking that my name as a caller ID. Here I'm just saying that paste from postman. So this might be one of these short description. Here CI, I need to pass the CI. So let's say we'll pick that one of the CI. So let's assume that I'm going to pass the CI equal to ABC. So let's pass that. Then impact 1, and then impact 2 and urgency 2. So these are the information we are going to pass, and then once we click the send button, it should create an incident. So here we are getting that not a valid JSON because we are pass the syntax is wrong type. So now let's send that again. And you can see that one incident is getting created to our environment. So this is our environment, and here you can see this incident right now created. So we tested successfully that our inbound is ready to use. We just need to be configured that outbound that we are going to use in our another environment. So this environment, I don't need to do anything. If you need to know that how I did that, go and watch my playlist. The video is already there, how I configured that inbound for the first step. The second step is that, so this is the another environment dev 13184. So what I have to do, whenever this incident will be created to this environment, I need to send this data to this environment, right? For that, what I'll do, I'll declare a REST message. As you know that if I create a REST message, that is REST message is used for that outbound. So I'm going to here REST message, and I'm going to create a REST message. In this REST message, I need to put that name. So I'll say that incident data send. Here I need to define, I can put anything as an endpoint, or else I can leave as it is. So I'll say that I can put any endpoint. So let's say, let's assume that I am going to copy this endpoint and paste there. And then in the basic authentication, what I have to do, I have to click the basic. And once I select the basic, I need to click the basic profile, and I need to create a basic profile. So let's say that ServiceNow, and then here username and password that I have to be put here. So I have put this username password. I have to just click the submit. Once I click the submit, this ServiceNow profile is set right now, and I just have to be submit that or save that. So this is the REST message. Once we created the REST message, we will generate a REST method by default, which is the get method, and all these parameter that we have set here will be automatically inherited to this child one. So if I open this child method, automatically the endpoint is inherited. We just need to change the post method, because if you see here, in this case we are doing the post, so I'm just changing that post method. Authentication inherited from parent, it means that whatever we have put into the REST message automatically use that method as inherited. Now in the request, we have to be pass that one value, which is, if I go back to the header, show header, and then here we have one thing called content type, and this is application slash JSON. This header I need to be passed as per that header. So I'll copy this content type here as a header, and here I need to put that application slash JSON. Now in this content, what we'll do, we will go to the body and copy that content here and then paste here. So this is my content that I am going to send to this from this environment to this environment. So these two environment, from this environment I'm going to send this data to this data. So for that I'll just save that, and then this value is not a static value. Definitely we need to be you know generate that dynamic value. For that, what I'll do, I'll copy this key and replace with dollar and curly braces and paste here. So this is the way that we can generate that the thing. So these all are static value we are going to replace, and we are going to put some parameter, or you can say some name. Whatever value we put as a dollar curly braces, this value, if we click that auto generate in the top header, if we click auto generate variables, it will be automatically generate all these variables that we have created as part of this one. So you can see all these urgent impact, this value are automatically created from here. Now what we have to do, our REST message is defined here, so we'll have to click the preview scripted script uses. It will generate a script for me, so I just have to copy this script and use whenever I need it. I can run through the background script or wherever I need it. So I'll go back here and then I'll write that a business rule. So let's say that business rule and click new. So my condition is, whenever the incident will be created, this incident information should be cascaded to this environment, from this environment to this environment. So for that, we have to define the trigger condition here, on which condition this script should be run, right? So very first thing is that our trigger condition we are going to define here through the business rule. It means that whenever the record will be created through the business rule, we'll run that code. So here I'll say that send incident information. So let's say this is my business rule name, and here I'll select that table name called incident. Now we have to select the advanced. If we select the advanced, then it will be open the script part where I can write the script. Now when it will be triggered, whenever the incident will be inserted, and then I'm not putting any condition at that moment. So whenever any incident will be created to this environment, I am going to run this business rule, and this business rule, what I will paste that code that I have get from the REST message. I'll just do a formatting, little format code, and unnecessary code I'll remove from here. I don't like to get that unnecessary code. Now here we need to be instead of this single quotes, we need to actual value, we need to be replaced, right? So we need to pass that current dot urgency, so that in this parameter we can pass actual value. So we'll pass that current dot urgency, current dot impact, like that, current dot cmdb underscore ci. These all are our incident field. So caller underscore id. So we'll say that current dot caller underscore id. These all are so a value we are going to pass here. Current dot short description. So what I am going to do, I am going to collect this value and passing here as a parameter, and then whatever response I'll get, I will store into the current dot work notes. So once we send the data, let's say that once we send the data to these third party or another environment, they will send me a response, and that response I will store into the work notes. So this configuration is done right now. Everything is set it right now. It's time to test that our integration is working or not. So for that, what I'll do, I'll go back here and then I'll say that incident.list. So this is the one of the incident table, and here this is the another incident table. So these two environment. In this environment of 131.8.4, if we create the incident, that incident should send to this 105.176 environment. So let's try to see that it's working or not. So I'll say that I'll click new button here, and here I will select some information. Let's say that I'll select that Abel tutor as a user. Configuration item, I will select that. Let's say, let's see what we have. Okay, and then short description, I will say that REST outbound testing. So, and then impact and urgency, these are by default low. So I think we are passing all these informations. Let's say urgency, impact, color, and short description. These all information we are doing. Now, once we submit that, our business root will be run, our REST message will be triggered, and that data will be sent to this environment. And here, one incident will be created, and this incident number will be passed to this environment so that we can store into our work notes. So let's save that. Once we save that, you can see we sent the incident details, but we got a message that CI may be not found or not in operational status. So we send the data to this environment, but that CI, whatever CI we have selected, that is not in operational status. Let's see. So you can see that we are actually communicating between two environments. We are sending the data, and then that environment is responding that. So I'll do one thing. I'll copy this message and then create one more fresh incident, or you can say that fresh incident here. And here this time I'll select the configuration item is operational status is operational, some operational configuration item. And remember that this validation is doing to the third party. We are not doing anything. So that third party check that in their system, this CI is not operational. Let's check that this CI is first operational or not in this environment. So this is my another environment. In this environment, is that operational status is operational for this CI or not? That is very important. So if we check that, this CI is the operational. So if we pass this CI, it should send a response. Now, one more thing, I forget that. So if you see here, this 13185, this is the CMDB CI, which is nothing but a uh, CI, which is we passed as a previously we passed this CI name, right? So CMDB CI we passed that ABC. But if you see current.cmdb CI is return, will return you in this incident table. Current.cmdb CI is nothing but this is the reference field which is returning the CSI. So for that, what we have to do, I have to just do a name so that it can send the actual name or display value. I just updated a little bit my business rule, and then once you click save that, this this environment send a data, and you can see we got a response that incident created, which is nothing but 10024, which is not in this environment. Definitely this, once you created an incident in this environment, the another environment is the another one, this one. Here it will have one more incident which will be created. So you can see this incident number is returned me here. So this way we can communicate between two environment. If you have, I mean, you can see that I created an incident here in this 13184, and that incident is directly created to this another environment through the REST method. So this is how we can communicate between two environment. If you have any question, just let me know. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and today we'll talk about that scripted REST outbound message using the OAuth 2.0 authentication. So last day we talked about that how we can create a REST message, and using the REST message how we can send the data from ServiceNow to another environment. Even we discuss about that how we can do the ServiceNow to ServiceNow integration. Now today will basically our focus will be that OAuth 2.0 authentication. Using the OAuth 2.0 authentication, how we can send data from ServiceNow instance to the another third-party application. So without wasting time, let's get started. To start this process, I want to talk about that what is the OAuth authentication and how it works. So if we talk about that OAuth authentication, very first thing is that it's a token-based authentication. So if you visit the Facebook, if you visit the Jira, if you visit the Slack, there nobody will be. I mean, you can't create. I mean, you can't get that username password from there. What they do basically, they use the OAuth platform. Using the OAuth platform, you need to first register your application, and through this application you are going to connect that. So let's try to understand by the definition. So OAuth 2.0, which is standard for the open authentication, is standard designed to allow a website or the application to access resource hosted by the other web apps on behalf of a user. So let's say that this is your application, and then this is the service API that you are going to access that. The first time you need to create a application here, and then you need to you are going to ask the authorization request. You are going to ask a authorization request. Once the system will approve that, they will get the authorization request, and then once they are providing you the authorization, once your authorization is granted, you will pass this authorization to the server, and through the server you will get an access token. And now all these resources, like you are going to access the server through their user, their email address, everything you are going to do through this access token. And then after certain period, this access token will be expired, and you need to get that a new token from the server. So basically there will be some time periods, let's say the 30 days, 50 days, or 90 days. Using that 90 days, your access token will be valid, and then there will be some capacity that you might not be able to access. You might be able to access certain resource, like you might be able to only access the user. You won't be able to access the other details. So that everything will be defined under this token, and then using the token you are going to access the third party application. So this is how the OAuth works. So let's understand that how we can implement through the ServiceNow. So if I talk about the ServiceNow and OAuth application connect, how we can connect from the ServiceNow to the other application. So very first thing is the point I have noted down, that go through the third party documentation properly. So if you are connecting the third party application, you have to first for the integration, you have to go through their documentation thoroughly in a deep and layman languages, and you have to understand that how their integration is working. For the today's demonstration, I will take one of the platform called AHA. So this is similar to the Jira application, where you can create the story, you can create the idea, you can create the releases, resources, all this stuff. So today I'm going to use the AHA application. Using the AHA application, how I'm going to implement the OAuth, we are going to discuss that one by one. So very first thing, as I mentioned, that you have to go through the documentation very thoroughly to integrate that any of this platform with your service now. If that platform is already available, or if you are aware of this platform, like you already integrated the platform, you might be know everything. But if this application is new, first thing first, you have to go through the documentation properly. So if I go back to the documentation, if you see, this is the AHA documentation. What they are saying that this is their complete documentation. I have gone through this documentation and understand that how they are working. So they are working as a OAuth mechanism, and using the OAuth, as I mentioned, for the OAuth mechanism, first thing first, you need to register a application. So you have to register an application to this third party tool. So let's say this is my platform, the snowexpert.ahas.io, where I can create the resource, I can create the release, I can create the idea. These are the things I can do here. So these things will do through the integration. So let's say that I'm going to create a idea, or I'm going to get the release details or product details from these integration. How do we do that? First, I register that application for maybe for organization level, their organization name .aha.io. These kind of things will be there. You need to be connected with the AHA team, or you need to be get these details. So first thing first, for the AHA, I'll go back to that here's under the settings. Once I go to the setting, so to integrate that, first thing first, I say that you have to register the application, right? So for that, I'll go to this personal here. These called OAuth application. Once you click that, you can see the check docs where you can go through the documentation. Very first thing first is that you have to register a OAuth application under this third party. So if you see my documentation, first thing first, go through the third party document properly. Secondly, you have to register an application. First, register an application to the third party portal with a redirect URL. So when you are going to register that application, the application, that whenever you're trying to register that, they will ask you for that redirect URL. So this URL you need to be passed to them. So I'll copy this URL from here. If you need this URL, or if you need that, this you can visit my website called snowexpertrohit.com. Under this, you will be able to see this under this documentation. All these web service integrations related, all these stuffs are there. So this is the 19th series. So you can see all these things we have gone through so far. All right. So now first thing first, I have to register the application. I'll copy this endpoint from here, and then I have to register that here. So I'll click the register OAuth application. These steps might be different from application to application, but the steps will be remain same. You need to first register your application. The step will be remain same. Here you have to pass the redirect URL. And for different application, you can go through their documentation. I have done the Zoom integration. You can go through and check the Zoom integration. I have done the Jira integration. You can go and check the Jira integration in this playlist. So basically, each and every third party have a different kind of process that how you can go and register the application, but the step will be pretty much same. So first thing first, you need to put the redirect URL, and here you need to put your ServiceNow instance name. So I'll post that this name, and go back here and then put that. Once you put that, you need to define the name. So here I'm going to name that the service now. So name is done. I'll have to click the create. Once you click the create, you will get the couple of details. That first thing first is the client ID, client secret, auth, authorization URL, redirect URL. These things you will get that from this portal. But this might be that how the AHA looks like that. But if you talk about the Zoom or other application, they also will provide you the client ID, client secret with the additional details. But the main thing, we need to collect the client ID and client secret first. Fine. So if you go back to that, you can see that once you register, you will get a client ID and client secret. Save that. So you need to have this client ID and client secret. And then secondly, you need to have the get authorization URL and token. So you need to have the authorization URL. If you are not able to find out, most of the documentation, they give you that authorization URL. So if you can see an token URL. If you don't, that normally they use this. This is that how their structure is that. This is the authorization URL and this is the token URL. That how it looks like normally. Now these two things we need to be collect. First, client ID, client secret, authorization URL, token URL. Four things we need. Now what we have to do? We have to go to the ServiceNow and start configuring that. For that, what I have to do? First thing, I have to go and type the OAuth. Under this system OAuth, you can see the application registry. Here you need to register your application. The way you register in that AHA application, here you create an application. Similarly, here you need to create a application. So I am going to create a application. Click new. Once you click that, you will have the various options. You need to select that connect to a third-party OAuth provider. For different purpose, the name are different. First thing first is you need to put the name. So I'll say that AHA integration. This might be the name. Then client ID and client secret. So client ID, I get that from here. So I'll copy that and paste here. And then client secret I have received from here. I will copy and paste here too. So that's it. Now I have to little bit scroll down and you can see that a resource owner password credential. So we are going to integrate the token base. So we have to change that to the authorized code here. And then here we need to select that request body to the as a basic authorization header. And now I talk about that authorization URL and token URL. These two things we need. So I already put it the document under this documentation that this is the how the authorization URL will be looks like. I'll copy that and put that authorization URL here. And instead of this third-party server, I need to put that this name here. So I'll go and paste that here. So this is my authorization URL, and then I have to pass the token URL. So it will be remain same. Last, it will be just token. So that's it. Two URL you have passed, and then you register your application, and then if you see there, it will be that as a basic authorization header. That's it. And then if you see application scope and then application profile, these things will be created automatically once you register this application to the ServiceNow. So I just registered that. Once I save that, there will be one application profile and application scope. These things are there. So I'll just open this to show you that how it looks like that. So it is a related list, which is that application registry. Once you create the application registry, it will show that authorization profile, and in this authorization profile you can see this is the profile name, and here if you have any entity scope you can put that. For that AHA there is no scope here, but other application they have the scope. You might need to be put the scope here if that needed. In this case we don't need that, so I'm not putting these details here, right? So our application registry is done. The next step is that we have to create a REST message. For that, what I'll go to the REST message, and here I will create a REST message. So I'll click the new here, and then the name I'll put that AHA integration. Description, all those stuffs you can put later, and then we need to put the very important thing is the endpoint. So I'll go to this AHA documentation, let's say here, and then I'll see that the what endpoint I can use that. So there are many things is there. So what I will do, I will choose that first the product. So AHA start with the product. So I'll go and get the list of product that is available to this application. And you can see this is how their C URL looks like that. So this is the company name and this is the URL. So I'll copy that here and go back to our here and paste that. So this is how AHA endpoint looks like to get the products. I'll go and replace with this one with this company name with this one. So let's replace that. Now here in the basic authentication type, I'll select the basic, and here I will select that the profile that is created it will not be basic, it will be OAuth. And then here once you select the OAuth, you will get that one AHA integration default profile that is getting created. So basically we have a no authentication basic and OAuth 2.0. So this two type of authentication. So basic we discussed earlier. Now today we will discuss the OAuth. That's it. And then request header, we need to put couple of things. The first is that we have to select the content type equal to application/JSON. So I'll say that here call content type equal to application/JSON. And here I need to select these call accept equal to application/JSON. So I'll select that accept equal to application/JSON. Alright, so once we this REST message will be once we save that, this REST message will be created into the ServiceNow. And under this REST message, you can see that in the top you are getting one method called get OAuth token. So get OAuth token is nothing but you have to get the token from the third party. Now if we click that, it will redirect me to the third party application. I can see this is redirecting me that actually the AHA application, where normally I have to put the credential, username, password, but as I already log into this AHA system, it is just asking me to give the permission. The similar like the if you are installing any applications to your mobile, like any APK file or any ISO file you're installing, you need to give some certain permission for that application. Like you need to give the permission for the storage, you need to give the permission for that. So similarly, like that OAuth 2.0, if you use that, they will ask for the permission. So if you click authorize, a token will be generated and that will be available. Now you can see that OAuth access token is available but will be expire on this date. So it will be expire on after certain time. So the token is right now available. Now what we can do, if you see that once the REST message is created, we get the one by default it generate one default method which is nothing but the default get method and which is pointing to the products. If we click test, it is giving me some responses, and basically this is the product ID and product details I am receiving. Let's see that, and if we paste that, you can see that product details is there, and then these are the products we have. So first product is demo, second product is I mean this is the first product is the feed in cycle product. These products we have, basically company and all these stuffs we have. So our product is the Snow Expert, probably. So we are going to use this pagination. So this way you can basically integrate that. Now another API I'll create that. So I just show you that how we can get the product. So let's say I want to create a idea. For that, create an idea. So create an idea. So this, if I go back, so this is the how the create an idea endpoint looks like. I'll copy that here and go back to this AHA integration, that method that we have created here, and create a new resource there. So let's say I am going to that say that create idea. So these might be our method, and then I'll paste that endpoint name. Here I need to put the company name. So for that, what I'll do, I'll copy this company name, my company name, and replace with this company name here. And here under this I have to pass the project name. So I will say that I'll replace with the dollar so that I can use that project name later. So I'll curly braces and put the projects and idea. Let's go back to here that the method will be the post method. You can see that they are saying that method will be post. So I'll change get to the post, and application type will be inherited from parent. It means that the token will be inherited from the parent, and here we are going to pass the content. So I'll go back here and then I'll copy this content and let's try to paste here. So we post this content. So that's it. So let's save that. And if we click that auto generated variable, so there will be one project will be generated, one variable called project. Here we need to pass the project ID. So project ID is nothing but, you can see this, if you see here, so this is the project one, and so this is the ID that we have received as part of this project. So I'll copy this probably and try here in the test value. And so once we click the test, so it should create one idea. So you can see the idea is created here with this value, which product we created. So we're supposed to create under this no expert. So let's copy that one and go back here and then paste these under this test value and click test. So it will create one idea. So now you can see this idea is getting created under these products. Now if I refresh our AHA and let's see this our idea got created or not. So under this idea, you can see that two idea is created. In if I click the two idea here, and you can see the new idea that we have just now created is right now created here. So this idea got created from this postman. So let's try to create one more idea called create idea from ServiceNow. So I'll say that create idea from ServiceNow. Create idea from ServiceNow. I'll just cut this name here and then I'll replace with that call name here so that we can use in our code. Just save that, click auto generate variable, and OK. So if I scroll down and here I can put the name here. So instead of hard code there, I can put the name here and click the test. Once we test that, the idea is created again into that AHA, and I don't need to do anything. It's keep on creating. You can see that from the service now it is creating. I'm not doing anything. From the service now it is hitting to that AHA application, and AHA application through the API it is getting created. So that's it for today. One more thing I just want to before I'm leaving that. So there is the one manage token. If I type the manage token, you can see under the system authentication there is a one thing called manage token. Here it will be store these all these tokens. So if you can see that this is the token name and this is when it will be expired. That this token will be expired in 23 minutes. So whenever you are getting the token, is giving you that token for 23 minutes. So I mean for the 30 minutes. So you have to test and everything for the 30 minutes, and then that is that how you can get the managed token. And the last thing, you can get this once your integration tested successfully, you can just click the preview script user the way we have done in our last video, and then once the script will be generated, you can copy and paste that script to your business rule or your UI action or anywhere you need it, you can simply paste there. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. If you have any question, let me know in my comment sections. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the 14th day of the web service integration training. In these sessions, we'll talk about that attachment API. What is the attachment API and how we can utilize the attachment API, and using the attachment API, what are the functionality we can do. So we'll talk that part today. So without wasting time, let's get started. So let's say that I'll talk about that attachment API in both the way. So attachment API is a API that either you can send the data from your environment from the ServiceNow to the another environment, or you can receive the information from other environment to the ServiceNow environment. So today we'll talk about basically scripted attachment API. So for that, if we go back to the left navigation and type the REST API Explorer and open that. So using this REST API Explorer and Attachment API, we can create the attachment, or we can attach that at any document to any of this record to the ServiceNow instance. We can get any details of the attachment API. We'll talk one by one. So if you see here, this is the REST API Explorer. Under this REST API Explorer, if you the namespace will be now, and then if you we already talk about the table API. And if you change that table API to the attachment API, once you change that to attachment API, you will be able to see these options called get, post, get, delete, get. So these are the method we are going to talk about. That very first thing, if you see here, there is retrieve metadata for attachment. So these API will return. If you use this API, this is the endpoint of this API, and these are the parameter for this API. once you pass these details to this in the sysparam query, and then if you click the send, you will get the metadata of a attachment, like what is the attachment name, what should be that the size, all these details. So let's understand quickly. So if I go back to the sys underscore attachment table, and if I do the dot list under this is attachment, if I let's take an example that I am going to search a attachment for the incident table. So I'll search the table equal to incident, and one of the incident have a, let's say this incident have a these images. Now if I copy this show match, if I start with the show match, you can see there is a two attachment attached to the same incident. Now if I copy this URL or maybe copy this query simply and go to this attachment API and paste to the sysparam query equal to this one, and then change the limit 1 to 10, what will be returned to this attachment API if we query or if we use this attachment API into my personal environment, it will return all this attachment API metadata. What does it mean by the metadata? In this metadata, it will have the image name, type, the table name, the site, all this information. Let's click the send button and see that. Once we send that, we can see that I got a 200 as a response, and if I go back, you can see the result, and this result have two information because we do have the two record under this attachment table. So let's review that first table. First of all, it's showing that the site byte. So this is the site of this attachment, the file name, the modify count, average email color, sys update, table name, sys ID. All these informations are available here and created by download link. Everything is available once you use this attachment API meta. So whatever fields is there in this table, all these tables, all these uh, um, details are available to these responses. So in case that if you know that particular query, let's say that you know that in this incident table, I want to know how much incident, how many attachment is there and what are the name or what are the details. You can simply query to this attachment or this API and get these details. Next, talk about that upload an attachment from a binary request. So in this request, we can attach directly a attachment to a particular table. Let's say that using this API, I want to attach some document to this incident, particular incident. I'll get that details. So let's say that this is the one of the incident called the REST outbound testing. So this in this incident, I already have a one attachment and I want to attach one more attachment. How can we attach that? Simply for that, what we have to do under this here, we need to pass, this is our endpoint. So we are going to select this endpoint. The table name will be the incident. Then we have to pass this table sysID is nothing but the incident sysID. So we'll copy this sysID from here and then pass there, and then we need to pass this attachment name. So let's say the test.png. I'll select that file name. Now if I scroll down, the request type, response format, everything is there. Here you can see that we have the options where we can directly attach this file. If you see this name, it is saying that upload an attachment using a binary request. So using the binary request, we can directly select any of these file and then pass these two particular incidents. So let's say I'll choose that file and I just select one of the screenshot that I have taken earlier, and then I'll simply click send button. So once we click the send button, I will be able to get a response. So you can see I get a response called missing parameter content type. So I need to put the content type here. So I'll simply say that the content type example, it's already mentioned that example. So I'll say that PNG and click send. So once I send that, you can see there is a one response I got, that the response is the 201, which is nothing but it mentioned that it's created. It means that this attachment got attached to this record. Let's see that if I go back to the incident table and refresh that and see that my attachment got attached to this incident table. So this is the another example that how you can attach any document to this particular incident. So first we talk about that how can we get the retrieve the meta. So we can get a or we can get in or retrieve a meta or maybe the information of the attachment. We can directly upload the attachment, and then there is one more action called the benefits. If you see that we have another one called that upload attachment from the multi-part. You can see that this is the another options. So if I scroll down, that what is the benefit between the multi-part and then binary? In the binary you have a builder, you have a raw, you have a binary, these three options. So basically using this, you can convert this any attachment to the binary format, and then that binary format can be passed through here, and then I mean that attachment can be converted to a byte 64, and then can be parts. So that's the one part. If I go back to the multi-part, so in the multi-part you don't have any options, such kind of options. So you have a options called table name, CSID, and directly you have to choose the file. So you don't have any options to convert that file. So both are the similar things, just need to be, I mean, just little difference, but their purpose is the similar to upload an attachment to particular record. Now we have a options called retrieve attachment metadata. So what is this retrieve attachment metadata? So previously, if you see that under this retrieve metadata for attachments, and this is the attachment. What is the difference? The difference, only difference between that, you need to be pass the query in the first data and you get the meta, and here you need to pass the particular sysid of the attachment and you will get the data. So only difference is that you can get multiple meta from the top one, but from this one you will get only specifically for one attachment. So let's say that if I copy sysid here and then paste here, so you'll get only one, you can't get multiple attachments. The only difference is that you can get only one data, you can't get the multiple one. So between the retrieve attachment metadata and retrieve attachments, so only is that multiple one. Now we have a options called delete an attachment. Using the delete an attachment, you need to pass the attachment sysid. Once you pass the attachment sysid, that attachment can be deleted. Let's say for example, so this is the incident, right? So you'll copy this sysid of the incident and search to this under this attachment table. So let's say I'll search here that in attachment sysid, and you can see we have a two attachment. One is the test png that I have attached through the API. Another is the staging png that is normally attached. So I'll copy this sysid from here and paste this information or paste this sysid and click send. If you do that using that API, I can able to delete that, and then you can see no content 404. It means that this have that response and it got deleted. If I refresh right now, this test png is not available anymore, and if I refresh the incident, the test png got deleted. So basically using this method we can delete that attachment. And the last method, the retrieve attachment content, using that we can get the content of the attachment. So let's say that we can directly get the content and we can save to our in our environments. For that, let's say I'll copy this sysid called stata, this one, and then pass here. So if I send that, if you see that the response format, which is nothing but start.start, it means that I can get any kind of response, and if we click send, I'll actually get the attachment. So if I scroll down, I get the actual response or actual attachment. You can see that in a binary format called, this is the png, and this already have that. And then I can save this attachment to any of these third-party tools, or maybe any of the ServiceNow tools even. So this way we can handle that attachment. So let's say that you have two environment, two ServiceNow environment. This is the one ServiceNow, another ServiceNow environment. And once the ticket got created, you can handle this one. You can do that. Okay. So basically, what we have to do, once the incident will be created, you can just retrieve that incident attachment and you can just attach based on their sysid. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit and this is the day 15 of the web service integration training. And today we'll talk about that access token versus refresh token. So some of the colleagues asked me that what is the access token and what is the refresh token. And definitely for the integration, we definitely need to know that what is the access token and refresh token. And this is the theoretical part for the access token and refresh token. We will do some exercise also. It will take 2 or 3 classes to understand that access token and refresh token. So this is the theoretical class. Here we'll discuss that what is the access token and refresh token. Then later we'll discuss through the postman, and then further the next class will implement actually into the ServiceNow environment. So let's understand what is the access token and refresh token. So I'm just going through that the definition. So if you see this access token, a secure string that client uses to access protected resource. An instance issues access token to client that have a valid authorization grant. Each access token has specific scope, lifespan, and other attribute. Let's talk about the refresh token. What is the refresh token? A credential that have client use to obtain a new access token without requiring additional user authorization. An instance issues refresh token to a client when it is first authorized to have access token. So let's understand that in a layman language in a theoretical part. So let's say that you are accessing any of this application. So in our future, we are going to implement the Spotify integration. So Spotify app integration. In this Spotify app integration, let's understand this is the Spotify app in the right side, and this Spotify app is divided into the two parts. One is the authorization server, another is the resource server. So what is the authorization server and what is the resource server? I'll just quickly brief in a 1 minute. So authorization server is nothing but where all the user credential is stored. Let's say that username, user password, or maybe their mobile number and everything. And what is the resource server? In the resource server, let's take example for Spotify. It have a song, it have a playlist, it have a artist details. So all these called resource. So authorization means that to authenticate yourself to log into that particular application, whatever credential you need, that is stored in a particular server that we call the authorization server. And the resource server where actual the resource, let's say for banking, where all the transaction, all the account details are stored, that is called resource. For Spotify app, where all the songs available, all the artist available, all the playlist details available, that is called resource server. So basically for application, we divide it into two server. One is the authorization server, another is the resource server. Why don't we mix that? Because during the login you need some extra security, but for accessing the resource you might need the less security. So that's the reason any application is divided into two parts. One is the authorization server and another is the resource server. So what will be happens in actual behind the screen when you log in the first time? So when you log into the first time to accessing your application through the API, let's say that you are calling to the API for Spotify or anything, what will be happen once you call the first time, the Spotify or the particular application will be returned two things. One is the access token, another is the refresh token. Two token you will get that. One is the access token and second is the refresh token. Okay. So what is the use case for the access token and refresh token? So access token, using the access token, you can only access to the resource part. Okay, so you can access to the particular playlist, you can access particular image, particular song, particular artist details. All these you can do the access using the access token. Now, if you use the refresh token, you won't be able to access the resources. Using the refresh token, you can't access anything. Okay, on the resource server you can only use the access token, and only using the access token you can actually access the resource server. So if you see this example, client is passing the access token and then they are getting the protected resource details. So if you pass the resource token, you won't get that, nothing. So you have to pass the access token, and using the access token you will get that some details. Now the access token have some limitation, or you can say that some features that it will be automatically expired within certain time. It will be expired within the 30 minutes, within the 1 hour. That will be defined by the server. Okay, so this access token will be automatically expire within certain time. So let's say that within 1 hour, maybe within 30 minutes, or within that 2 days, this access token will be expire. Okay, why this access token will be expire? Because let's say that this access token is passed by someone, this access token is shared by someone, right? And then they can misuse for the long time. For the security reason, the access token will be automatically expire within a particular time frame. Let's say 30 minutes, or maybe 1 hour, or maybe 1 day. Okay, and now once this access token is expired, if you try to access this resource, you won't be able to get that details, or you won't be able to access the resource because this access token is expired. Then how do you get the new access token? To get a new access token, you have to pass the refresh token to the authorization server, and you will get the access token. Let's understand one more time. So this refresh token will be only the purpose is the refresh token purpose is to get a new access token. So the purpose of the refresh token is to get a new access token. So for authorization server, you have to pass this refresh token, and once you pass this refresh token, you will get a new access token. Okay, so what will be happen once you get the new access token? You will pass this access token to this resource server, and you'll get access that. You'll get the access to the music, or maybe the playlist, or everything, all the resources you will be able to access. So access token have a time frame that it will get you will get this access token for 30 minutes or maybe 1 hour. After 1 hour, you won't be able to get that you won't be able to access this resource. To access this resource, you need to call the authorization server again using the refresh token, and you will get a fresh access token, and that fresh access token can be passed and get these details. So this is how it works. And when you do the first time, when you if you see here, first authorization have done that time. So when you do the authorization first time, you'll get the access token and refresh token in the very first time. So we'll do when you get the first time, when you do authorize yourself on the first time, you'll get access token and refresh token first on the first call. But after that, you have to call again and again to passing the refresh token and getting that new access token. So you'll pass the refresh token, you will get the access token. Okay, now what is the benefit? So benefit of this using the refresh token, that when you authorize yourself first time, you need to put your credential to authorize yourself. You need to pass your username, password, and everything. And once you pass these details, then only you will get the access token and refresh token. Okay, and now once you get the refresh token, using the refresh token, you can get that access token. You don't need to pass all this credential anymore. Okay, so you don't need to pass any credential. You just pass the refresh token and you get the access token. So this is the benefit of the access token. So okay, so that's it all about the access token and refresh token. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and today we are going to integrate the Spotify. So how we can integrate the Spotify, how we can authenticate, and how we can do all those stuffs we'll discuss in today's class. So Spotify is a application that help us to, that's a music application. So using this, we are going to do a integration. Using the integration, we are going to create our own playlist. We are going to add some songs. So all these things we will discuss today's class. So first thing first, I already visited the developer.spotify.com, and I have already signed up that Spotify application. If you have not done that, or the first step, you have to be visit the developers.spotify.com, and you have to sign up yourself, or maybe by Facebook, or maybe Google, or your email address. Once you sign up in the developers.spotify app, you will be able to see this screen like Spotify developer. And in this Spotify developer, there are documentation, the console, community, everything is available. So we'll discuss one by one. In today's class, we'll basically use our Postman tool. Using the Postman tool, how I'll show you that how we can integrate that Spotify. What are the details you need for that? So first thing first, you have to go to the dashboard. Once you go to the dashboard, you can see that under this dashboard you can create your own application where you need to define yourself. Okay, so I'm going to create an application. So I have to click create an app, and then once you put this create an app, you need to define your application layer. So let's say that I'm going to put that the app name is called Postman. So basically today we are going to integrate through the Postman. So I have defined the Postman. Now you need to put the description of the application. Let's say that Postman application. Once you put this one, you need to click this I understand and agree the developer terms and condition. You just need to click the create. Once you click that, your Spotify application will be created, and you can see this is the Postman application that with the description. Now you can see this is app status. It is showing that development mode. Okay, so it means that this application is under development. Now you can, if you scroll down, that there is no data available because you have not done any interaction between your any other third-party tool with this application or this Spotify application. Now you can see that under this, this is the title or maybe the application name. This is the description. Under that, here is the app status, and here we have the client ID. So when you create an application under this Spotify or any of these developers tool, they have provided you the client ID and along with the client secret. So we are going to use those details in our soon. And then you can see that here you have a request extension, because I am using that free tool. So that's if you are using the free tool, so there are certain limitation that they provided to use the free trial. Now what we have to do, we are going to open the Postman tools. So this is my Postman tools. In this Postman, I'm going to create a new collection. For that, what I'll do, I'll click plus sign. Under this plus sign, I'm going to put this name. Okay, here I will put this application name called Spotify. So let me do that. I just put that the name is Spotify. So this is my new collection, you can see, and I'm just going to press Control and S basically to save that. Now this Spotify collection is saved right now. Now here we have a type. Under this authorization, we have a type called no authorization. Basically, using the Spotify, we are going to create the any of these playlist. We are going to add the songs to that particular playlist. For that, we definitely need the credential. We will come to that point later. Now what we have to do, we can go to the docs. Under this docs, you can go to that web API, and if you go to the web application, it defines that how the web application works. So you can see this is the it's have a detailed description how this web application works. Now if we go to the console, under this console, all these left side, you can see all these API is available. Let's say that let's open one of these API and understand then how it works. So let me go to this playlist. Under this playlist, you can see that there are various method available. So delete, get, put, post, all these methods are available. So basically delete method used to delete something, get method is used to get some data or details from this application. If you want to create something, we use the post method. If you want to update something, we use the put method. So this is how we used to do that. Let's say that if we click that any of this API, and it will quickly open that, and you can see that this is how it looks like that. This is the endpoint, and here in the C URL it defines that how we can use this application. Okay, so you can see this is how we can use this application. So this is the endpoint, and this is the C URL. Now let's see that how we have to understand that how the authentication works, right? Now let's understand that to do this integration or to do this using this API, I have to authorize myself that this is my credential or this is my credential. So let's understand that how we can use our how we can authorize ourselves. For that, we are going to go to the docs. Under these docs, we are going to click the open web API. And if you see that OAuth API, what it is saying that there is a hyperlink called authorization. So this is the authorization link where they define that how the authorization can be done. Okay, and here they mention that what does it mean, why, what. Basically, get method used to retrieve the resource, post method used to create the resource, put method is used to change or replace the resource collection, delete method used to delete some resources. So this, they have mentioned all these details. So let's click that our authorization sections. Once we click the authorization section, it defines that how the Spotify authorize their application. So basically, they have quite different type of authorization. If I scroll down, there are four type of authorization. One is the authorization code, another is the authorization code with PKCE, another is the client credential, another is the implicit grant. And each authorization have a different what do you call advantage and disadvantage. And if you see that there are access user resource, require secret key, access token, refresh token, it's all mentioned. Okay, so on which type of credential, using which type of credential, what you will get, that they have mentioned that. So today in our class we will discuss about the authorization code. So we just need to be click this authorization code flow. Once we click the authorization code, it defines that how the authorization code works. Okay, so it definitely asking that we need the client ID, and then we need the client secret, and then server will return the access token. So we need to get the access token. So let's go back to our Postman, and then here authorization type, we are going to select that OAuth 2.0, and under this OAuth 2.0, if you scroll down, there will be one configuration. We just click the edit, and here I'm going to change all these details, and I'm going to configure called Spotify configuration. So I just put the name equal to Spotify. Here under the grant type, whatever grant type we have seen there, all this grant type is available here. Our case, we are going to select the authorization. Now we have a callback URL. So this is the important factor. So callback URL, we just need to be copy that. This is the read only, we can't change that. We have to copy that callback URL, and then we need to be add this callback URL to our application. So it means that when we authorize ourselves, the token will be redirected to which page. So once we authorize ourselves, the token will be redirected to this page that is defined here. So we just need to be defined under this application. So we are going to click the edit settings, and here under this redirect URL, we just need to paste that and click add, and then save that. Okay, so this is set right now. Now we have to define two things. One, we need to be put the client ID and then client secret, right? So we can copy this client ID here and paste here. So simply copy and paste here. This client ID can be stored. You can see that there is a you know exclamatory sign there showing. So it is sensitive data, so it should not show any user. So that's the reason it is showing that. We can create a variable, and then under the variable you can define that. I'm not going to assign this to any of this variable. In future, if you want to store into the variable, there will be environment. You need to create the environment. Under this environment, you can define your variable. Now let's go to this client secret. I need to define the client secret. So you just click the show client secret, and you'll get the client secret. And you need to be put this client secret here, right? Now we need to put the authorization URL and authorization access token URL. These two are very important. So where should I authorize ourselves, right? That we need to be define that. So for that, we will go to this docs and web API. Under this web API, we'll click the authorization, and then we'll click the authorization code flow. If you scroll down under this code flow, and if you see here under this is the syntax, or this is the endpoint for authorize ourselves. Okay, so this is the syntax or the URL for authorize ourselves. We'll copy this token here and paste here. We'll just remove that question mark. Now sorry, this will be the authorized URL. So we'll paste that. Now we need to put the token URL. So if we scroll down a little bit further, you will get that token URL. So if we see the request access token, the endpoint is the API/token. And if we scroll down, you'll get that actual the URL that they have put in a example. So we'll copy that and then paste that. Now all set, our request, authorize, everything is set. Now we have to define the scope. What does it mean by the scope? So scope is nothing but that what we are trying to do, that what we are trying to do. We need to define that which type of things we are trying to do. So let's say that in our case we are going to operate with that playlist, and then maybe other things called that user detail, something like that. So we can, this all are the scope which is defined under authorization scope. So we need to be copy these all these details. So let's copy these all these playlist details or playlist scope and define here. And there is a some enter, you can see I just need to be remove the enter and then put the space basically. Okay, so scope is nothing but you need to define that what you are trying to do that with this token. So I define that. Once you define that, what you can do, you can click that get new access token. Once you click this get new access token, this will be redirect to your Spotify application where you need to put your credential. I already log in my credential, or I already log in the Spotify. That's the reason they won't ask me the credential, but that will allow, or that will ask me for providing that access or granting that access. And once we click the grant or something called access token, I will receive a access token and one refresh token. And the access token will have some lifespan, that maybe 1 hour 30 minutes, and within that time frame the access token will be expire. Then I have to use the refresh token to get the access token. So let's click that get new access token. Once you click the get new access token, you can see that I redirect to a particular page where it is defined that what are the access, or what are the things I am going to do that. Okay, so define that I can create, I read, follow private playlist. I can create, edit, follow the playlist. So what are the steps I am going to do that in a I define under basically scope in here. So I copy these scopes, and that's all these are defined here basically with the details. Okay, now once I click agree, I will redirect to, once I click agree, I will redirect to this postman, and then in the postman I'll get a access token and the refresh token. So you can see this is the access token and this is the refresh token, and this is the scope and all these details with the access token URL and other stuffs. Now you can see it's have expirations time called 360. This is the time, so seconds where I am going to, I mean this token is going to be expired. It means that within 1 hour this token will be expired. So let's cross this, and I think now if I click that available access token, you can see this Spotify token, and once you click that, it define that when it will be expire. So it is expire on 7:47 minute, and there is a one checkbox called auto refresh token. It means that whenever this token will be expired, if we hit again, it will using the refresh token. I show you, right? So we got access token and refresh token. So within once if you check this auto refresh token, so it will be, what will be happen, if your token is expired, using the refresh token it will automatically generate a new access token. So basically after this time period, if I try to if I hit that server, it won't allow me. But if we check this checkbox, it will automatically using the refresh token get me a new token basically. So this is the purpose of this case. I just save that, and here I need to click the add a request. Let's say that under this add request, what we can do. So now our authentication is done. Now we can able to access any of these resources from here. So let's say that I'm going to console. Let's say that what we are going to do that add, we as we mentioned that. So this is the first thing is that get. So we can operate all this playlist because our access token is all about the playlist. So you can see this is the playlist. Now let's see that what uh, what the playlist in my bucket. So to get that, you can see this is the token, and if this is the endpoint, I just need to be copy this endpoint and go to my here and then paste here, and here you can say that get playlist. Once we put that, and under this authorization I need to change that to that auth 2.0, and here available token I select the Spotify and click send. I should get these all these items. Now you can see I don't have any playlist, and that's the reason it is showing empty. Fine, I'll just save that, and you can see under this Spotify collection it is saved now. Now let's see how can we create a playlist. So let's go back to the playlist here, and if we scroll down, you can see that here post method, and where we can create a playlist. You can see this is the uh, creation of playlist. I'll copy this endpoint here and then paste here. Let's rename that call. What we can do? We can rename that call create playlist. Okay. And so once we do that, this name change, and we can press Control Save, so it will be saved. Now we need to be pass one parameter which is called user ID. Okay, so on which user I want to create the playlist, that I need to be define that, right? So how can we get the user ID of mine? To get the user ID of mine, what we have to do, we have to go open this called openspotify.com. Under this open Spotify, you can see if I refresh that, I don't have any playlist right now. So if I refresh that, there is no playlist for me, right? I'll go to this Rohit and then click account. Under this account, you will get my user ID. So I'll copy this user ID and paste here. Okay, so I'll paste this user ID here. Now, once we put this user ID, we should also put some more details. If I scroll down, you can see that apart from user ID, we need to put the request body. So we will copy this request body and paste under this raw, and then change to the JSON and paste that. Now here we need to put the playlist name, and then we need to put the description. Let's say that Rohit new playlist. I'll copy this same name and put into the description called Rohit playlist description and hit send. Once we send that, you can see that I got a 400 called BAT request. Why? Because under the authorization, I have to change that to OAuth 2.0, and then I have to select that Spotify and click send. And then again, I'm getting the 400 because this method is the post method, not the get method. I'll click the send again. And once we do that, I can see that I get a 201, which is nothing but it is created the playlist with some additional information called link and other details. Now, if we refresh my account, let's say that if I refresh my account, so you can see that this new playlist is visible right now in my profile. If I open this playlist, there is no song added to this playlist, right? So next is that how we can add the song to particular playlist, right? So if I go back here, I was just listening this song. So if I open this one, and then how we can just add this song or any of this song to the particular playlist that I have created. So that we'll talk about that. For that, I'll go to this documentation again, and under this playlist, if you see there is a one post method. This post method help us to add item to this playlist. Basically, using these we can add any particular song to our playlist. So we'll simply click that. Once we simply click that, you can see this is the endpoint, and then in this endpoint we need the playlist ID, we need on which position we want to add, and we need particular track ID or particular song ID. These are the informations we need that. And yes, so these are the information we need. So if I click again on this API reference, it will land me to the further details or further more details where it is defined that how we should do that. I'll simply copy this endpoint. So this is the endpoint. I'll go back to this my postman, and then here I'll click add and paste here. This is the place where I should put the playlist ID, and then under this, after this playlist ID, I should put the example value is the playlist value. Now go back here, and then if I go back to the previous tab that I have run that, and here you can see once I run that at that moment, I get that playlist ID. So I'll even this is the one option, or else you can go to the previous tab, the get playlist ID, and you click that, it'll return right now all these playlist with the ID. So this is the playlist ID, and this is the ID for my playlist. I'll copy this playlist ID, and here I'll just replace with this value called playlist ID. Now under this authorization sections, I'll change that to the basic auth or auth 2.0, and then change to the Spotify, and then here under this body I need to pass certain value. So let's see that what value I need to be passed. So in the value I need to pass this data. So I'll copy this link here and paste under, go to the raw, change to the JSON and paste that. Now under the string we need to pass this track ID, particular track or particular song that I just want to add that. And if you see that this is the example, the value that how it looks like called Spotify track, and this is the track ID, something like that. So how do we get that? So let's go back to this again and click this a particular any of this song, and if we right click here, and then there will be options called go to album. So once you click that go to album, on the URL, the URL will, I'll copy that URL, that how it will be looks like that. I'll go to this postman and paste that. So this is the URL that is looks like that. I need to just remove this one from here and then paste that. So this is my Spotify track ID basically. So you just need to click the send. Once we click the send, you can see I'm getting still 400 because this method is not the get method, because we are going to create something. So method will be changed to the post method, and I'll click the send. Once I send that, you can see I got a snapshot ID, and 201 means that the record got created. Now if we go back and open my the playlist, and you can see this song is quickly added to my profile. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. So these things, that whatever configuration we have done in this, that through the postman, we will here I'm going to add to a particular Spotify and save that, and then I'll rename that call create item to playlist. So these things we are going to actually implement in our ServiceNow instance. So if you have any question, let me know in the comment sections. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Rohit, and this is the day 17 of the Web Service Integration training. So today's training will talk about that how we can implement the Spotify in our ServiceNow environment. The last day we talked about that how the Spotify can be configured through the postman, and we are doing that creating the playlist and all those stuffs we are doing from the postman. But today we'll do that through the ServiceNow. So we'll integrate from the ServiceNow to the Spotify application. So if we, I have already created one table into the ServiceNow custom table called Spotify. You can see that this table is created, and in this table I have created three field called name, description, and external ID. So whenever you put the name, description, and external ID, it's supposed to create a playlist. I mean, once you put all these details and save that, it's supposed to create a playlist under my account called that Spotify account, where it should create a one playlist. Okay, So let's do that. The very first thing is that I go to that, I'm repeating some of the steps again. So I have to go to this developer.spotify.com, and then I have to create an application. Let's put the application name called ServiceNow, and then I'll put the description again the same, and then I'll agree and then click the create. So this Spotify application will be created, and this service application have client ID and then the client secret. What I'll do, that first step is that I will this Spotify, you we are going to use that authentication. So what I'll do, OAuth, and then under this OAuth I'm going to create that application registry. Here I'm going to create a new application registry. So once we go to the OAuth registration, and this OAuth registration, we need to click the new, and then we need to create a OAuth registry. Now OAuth registry is this is the type of authentication we have to use for that Spotify. So this is the token based authentication. So we need to be select the third options to connect between third party application. So once we click the third option, it will ask for the name. So we are going to put the name called Spotify. Once we put the name, it asking me for the client ID and then client secret. So I'll go back to the Spotify dashboard, and then I'll copy this client ID and then paste. Next, I have to put the client secret. I'll go to the Spotify, show this client secret, and then I'll copy and then paste that. And then if you scroll down, you have a resource, I mean type of here. I need to change that to the authorization code. Once I change this to authorization code, it have some refresh token time span. Okay, so what is the refresh token time span? So refresh token time span is the time which will tell you that how much day you can use this refresh token. So basically it's giving you the 100 day. By default, it's giving you the 100-day refresh token. By the way, if you don't know that what is the access token and what is the refresh token, I would suggest go to my playlist and you will get that access token and refresh token difference and how they work. Now we have to be put certain information. So let's go back to here. So first information, we have to put that authorization token. To get this authorization token, we have to go to these docs, and then web API. Under this web API, you have this authorization. You need to click that, and then once you click that and scroll down, there will be one called authorization code flow. You need to click that and then scroll down. You will get this endpoint called authorization token endpoint. I'll copy that and then paste to this authorization token URL, and then I need to put this token URL. So I have to go back and then scroll down, and here this is the request access token, and here I will get this URL. I'll copy that and then paste that, and simply I just need to be save that. So I'll just simply save that, and then it will save that. Now once we save that, by default it will be create one that OAuth entity profile, and here you can see there is a redirect URL. I'll edit that and copy this redirect URL. This URL I need to be updated to my application. For that, what I'll do, I'll go back to our dashboard. Under this dashboard, I have two applications right now. So I'll open the ServiceNow application and then click the edit setting. And once we click the edit setting, there will be redirect URL. I'll paste that URL and save that. Now this application is ready. Now one more thing I have to do that. So I'll go back to this uh, documentation. So let's go back to this web app documentation, and here I'll click that authorization. We need to define the scope. So if I go back to the authorization scope, under this authorization code scope, you can see that these are the scope we need to define that. So what is the scope? Scope is define that which type of work you are going to do that. So as I have created that playlist, so we are going to work on the playlist. So we'll add all these playlist related scope for that. So this is the first scope. I'll copy this scope name here and then go back to that here. Under this scope, I'll put the name here, and then authorization scope, I'll put the remain same. we need to put all this scope that one by one. So I'll copy this second one and then paste again here and then paste here. Similarly, we'll copy this one and then paste this one and paste this one. And then finally we'll copy this playlist modify public, so this scope, and then copy here, paste here, and then paste here. So all this scope is defined here. So scope is nothing but what type of work I'm going to do that. So once we save that, this application registry or the registration of the particular application from both the side, Spotify and then ServiceNow side, is done. Now we need to do some operation. So let's see that what operation we are going to do that. First thing first, you can see that once we created that, this by default that OAuth entity profile is created. If we go back to that here, we need to define under this profile also all this scope. So let's add this scope one by one. So we will click here, double click here, and then we need to select the scope that we have defined here. So let's search with Spotify. So we'll add one by one. So this is the first scope. Second scope, we need to put that. So under this application registry, created that application registry, and then here we created a one application or one app under this dashboard, one app called Spotify, and here we put all this client ID, client secret, put the type equal to authorization code, authorization URL, token, redirect URL, everything we have mentioned here. Under this redirect Spotify default profile, we define that, and under that we here we define all these scopes, and then under the profile we selected all these scopes. So this is the first steps that we have defined. Now we need to create a REST message. So we'll go back to the REST message, and here I'm going to create our REST message. So click new. Under this new, I need to put the name, so Spotify. So once we put that name Spotify, we can put the description, and then after that we have to define the endpoint. So let's put that endpoint here. So if I go back to here console, under this console all these endpoint is available. So we are today going to work with the playlist. So we'll click that playlist, and here this is the options called get playlist, which allow us to get all these playlists. I'll copy this one, and here I'll paste into the endpoint and save that. Before that, I'll go to that OAuth 2.0 as authorization and select our Spotify profile. So we'll say that Spotify default profile. We'll select that and simply save that. So this REST message is created, and once this REST message is created, you can see by default it's showing that OAuth access or refresh token are not available. Verify OAuth configuration and click get OAuth token below request a new token to get a new token. Now if we open that, by default this method will be created, and this method is nothing but to get a get playlist. So I'll set that get playlist. I'll just update that and save that. Once we save that, this playlist is saved right now. Now what we have to do here, if we click that, you can see here also that I'm getting that error. Okay, so what we have to do, we have to go to this REST message, under this REST message, and we have to be click that get OAuth token. So once we click the get OAuth token, I should get a token. But if I open that, I am getting one error called invalid client, invalid redirect URI. So I'm getting an error called invalid redirect URI. So it means that whatever redirect URI I have put in, that is not correct. So let me go back to the Spotify, and under this Spotify, if I open the service now and click edit setting, one more setting I have to put that under this redirect URL, I need to put that redirect URL. I think I put that into the wrong application. So what I'll do, I'll copy this endpoint and go back to the dashboard and add here, and then save that. So now this application is saved, and if we click get auth token, I hope I should get a pop-up message, and then you can see I'm getting a Spotify pop-up message. Under this pop-up message, it have a scope called view your Spotify account, and whatever scope we have defined here, all the scope name and details are showing that what are the things I'm going to do through this application. So let's click the agree. Once we click the agree, this token will be available to the service now. And if we go back here, now it's showing that this token is available. So now you can see that on the top it is saying that OAuth refresh token is available and expire on this specific date. So it means that this token will be expired on that particular date or the particular date. Now what is this date? So this date is that 100 days that we have allowed or that we have defined during the registration. So if you see that current what it happens, so right now it is not showing that access token, it is saying the refresh token. Okay, so we have, so once we authorize that, it received two token. One is the access token, and then another token is the refresh token, right? And then it is showing the refresh token validity is the 3 months from today, and around 100 days, which is they added 100 days because on that OAuth registry, when we register that, we have defined that the lifespan that when it will be expired. If you see here, if I open the Spotify, I have defined the lifespan for the refresh token is this second, which is nothing but the 100 days. 100 days. So our REST message is saying that this token will be expired on the 100 days. So now if I go back to this under manage token, you can see that we have a two type of token. One is the access token, another is the refresh token. And if I hover over that access token, this access token will be expired within 1 hour. So this access token will be expired within 1 hour, but this refresh token will be expired in 3 months, so around the 100 days. So what will be happen when we'll do the REST integration? Let's say that in between 1 hour, this will be used the current token. This will be used the current token, but after soon after this this token will be expired. Using the refresh token, it will generate a new token, and then using this new token it will call to this API, and then it will generate a new access token and it will hit to the server. So you don't need to do any additional configuration for that. Like in the Postman, if you remember that, like in the Postman, if you remember that there was a checkbox called auto refresh access token. You can see that the auto refresh token that can allow you to automatically refresh that. Similarly here in your service now, it will be automatically refresh, the token will be automatically refresh access token after 1 hour, and then it will do a rest call, fresh rest call once you do a fresh rest call. So until unless this token is expiring, getting expired, that it will call, it will use the existing token, and once it is expired, using the refresh token, it will generate a new access token, and then that access token will have that time limit for 1 hour. So in between, if somebody use that message, REST message, it will call that. So now let's go back to our REST message. So as per the ServiceNow point of view, you don't need to do anything until unless your refresh token is alive. The access token will give you for 1 hour, but it will be automatically refreshed whenever the access token will be expired. So from the ServiceNow point of view, we don't need to do anything. I'll show you in future that how it will be happens. Like after 1 hour, what will be happen? This access token will be automatically delete, and then if you raise new request or if you do another request, this will be automatically generated. So let's go back to the REST message now. So I will go to the REST message now, and now under this get playlist, if we click the test button, I should get that playlist list. So if I click that test, you can see I'm getting the playlist list, and here is the only playlist I have called Rohit playlist, new playlist. and which is right now showing, and then total count is 1. So this is the how the playlist is working. Now what we have to do, we need to be create one rest method apart from this Spotify. We need to create one more rest method, and then using that I should create a playlist. I'm going to put that called create new playlist, create new playlist, and then here I should put the method will be post method. So creating anything will be the post method, and here I need to put the endpoint. Let's go back to the console here. Under this console, if we go back to the playlist, and here if I go back to the playlist, there will be post method called create playlist. So this is the endpoint that I should use that. So I'll copy this endpoint here and then paste here. And if you see here under this, this is I have to be passed the user ID. So I'll just put the dollar, and then here if I go back to one more thing called, this is the body I need to be passed. So I'll copy this here and then go to the new record. Under this HTTP request, I need to be put this called content. Now here I will put this some dummy value called new dollar new name called dollar new description, something like that. So I'll put this like this and save that. Once we save that, so let's see that how much things we need. We need the user ID, we need the name, we need the description. So these three things we needed. So what I'll do, all these dynamic value I put the dollar and then curly braces, and then if you see the authorization, I selected that inherited from parent. So it means that whatever authentication is set to the parent under the Spotify will be the remain same. So this is the OAuth 2.0 defined on the parent under the Spotify. This will also use the OAuth 2.0. Now what we'll do, I will right click and then click auto generate variable. Under this auto generate variable, it will generate three variables. One is the name, second is the user ID, and then third is the description. Now I need to pass the user ID or maybe my user ID. How can I go to that? How can I get that my user ID? To get my user ID, I am using that open.spotify, this one. And then here under this my name, I'll click the account. And then under account, I'll get my user ID. I'll copy these steps and then paste here. Once this things is done, so what I'll do, I'll click the preview script uses, and once that preview script uses, I will click that. I'll get a code, predefined code. So this I'll copy this code, and what I'll do, so I created one table called Spotify playlist, right? Here I'm going to create a business rule. So I'll open that, right click, configure, and then going to that business rule, I'm going to create a business rule. So let's put that a business rule. Under this name, I'll put that create playlist, and when to run, I'll go to this when to run. So under this when to run, I'll just select that insert here. So I'll just check that insert, and then I'll put the name is not empty. Okay, so our name should be there, and then I'll select that advanced. Under this advanced, I'll go to this advanced setting and then paste the code that I have copied. So just remove that uncommented line and to make more readable. Now I'll just click the format code, and then this code will be looks like that. Now what will happen, I'll open this Spotify, this one more tabs, and then I need to be passed this name and description. So here you can see we have a single blank code. So here I have to be passed this description field name. So I'll copy this u underscore description field name here and pass here. So what I'll do, under this description I will put the current dot this description field. Similarly under this name I will put that current dot then the field name of that name field, right? So I will put that name field called u underscore name. Okay, I'll paste that. So once we pass this, we once we hit to this server through this, and we will get a response which is under this response body. What I'll do, I will pass this response body equal to json.parse. The same body I'll pass into the response body. Now I need to, whatever playlist ID I'll get, that playlist ID I am going to map on the, under this external ID. So I'll copy this current dot external ID and then paste here under this case called current dot this external ID. And how do we map that? We should do the dot work with the response body that we will receive, and then set that external ID or the playlist ID here. So how do we do that? So if I go back to the Spotify here, under this Spotify you can see that API references. If you click that, you will get more details that how the request will be sent, and then what response you will get that. So this is the response you will get that. You can see this is the response you will get that. Okay, I'll copy this. This is a sample response. So I'll copy this one probably from here and put into the JSON viewer website. I just paste this code and then click that viewer. Once you click the viewer, you can see that we have a call directly. We have a field called ID. Okay, so you can see that directly we have a field called ID, and this ID will be nothing but this playlist ID, and this is the name, and this is the owner, and everything is showing right now. So this ID we need to grab that. To grab this ID, we just need to be directly select that response.id to get that. If you want to go further deep dive, you can go that. But our case, we just need to be get this ID. So what I'll do, I will go to my code here and then put that ID. Okay, and save that. So this code is saved. Pretty much whatever we are expecting we have defined there, and then let's see that what will happen. So right now if we create a record, what is the expectation? It will send a request to the Spotify, and then Spotify will respond, create a playlist for me, and then that playlist ID should attach to here. Okay, let's create that Rohit new Snow or ServiceNow playlist. Okay, and here in the description I'll put that ServiceNow description, something like that. Once we put that, these details of this playlist should be created to the Spotify, and then Spotify should return an external ID, and that should be attached here, right? So let's create that. I'll just if you see here also in the business rule, this business rule is running on before. So as it is running on before, I just put the current.u external ID and it will automatically map. I don't need to use the current.update or anything. So let's save that. Once I save that, you can see it automatically populate with external ID with this playlist name. I mean, these are the details are there. Now if we refresh our account, my account, I should get a new playlist here under this call. And you can see this playlist is created on right now from the ServiceNow. Okay, so I can go to the Spotify list and keep on creating my playlist whatever or whenever I need it. I simply have to go to the ServiceNow and click create a record. Through the integration, it will create new playlist for me. Let's create one more time. So Rohit, or maybe Spotify integration series. I'll put that and then submit that. So I'll just put that, and then once I put that, you can see that I got an external ID. And then if I refresh my account, and you can see it's automatically showing here. So this is how we can integrate between ServiceNow and then Spotify. So regarding the refresh token and access token, all those points. So technically you don't need to do anything, or you don't need to worry about that refresh token or access token. It will be automatically refreshed by ServiceNow. But let's say that, let's assume that for 1 hour or 2 hour, there is no integration happen. So nobody go to the Spotify module and then create any record under the Spotify module. So what will be happen? This under this manage token module, under this manage token module, this access token will be deleted after 1 hour. So what will be happen? Let's say that in our case it's showing the 45 minutes from now. So after 45 minutes, this access token will be deleted, and there will be one entry for refresh token. So okay, so their access token will be deleted. The refresh token will be present. Now let's say that somebody came to this, came to this Spotify module again, and then they created one record. System will automatically, using the refresh token, system will automatically generate an access token and create another entry in this table. So what will be happen if somebody is not using this very long, so after expire of this access token, this entry will be deleted, and then if somebody use after certain time, a system automatically generate a new access token and attach that. So that technically, you don't need to do anything for that. Okay, so that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know my comment section regarding the access token, refresh token, or Spotify. So if you like my video, please like, share, and subscribe my channel. Thank you very much. Have a great day.